All rise. The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good morning, please be seated.
Good morning.
So here's my question for the day. Anybody here ever use Airborne? Use it? Okay, from the people that have used it, do they think it works? Some.
Emergency.
I don't want to, be an advertisement against something, but I just was wondering if I'm the only one it's not working for as much as it should.
What is it?
I gotta work on it. Airborne is it's like a vitamin C. You put it into a tablet. If you guys see me up here drinking pink stuff, it's not like lemonade or anything else. It's it's not an alcoholic drink, just so that we're clear. But just keeping us moving along. All right, I digress. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastellone, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Judge, good morning. Andy Murray for Paul Caneiro.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. Okay. We are going to continue with the cross-examination. Detective Sergeant Christopher Clayton. Sir, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Sure.
All right, you can take a seat. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good morning, sir. Good morning. So, just to recap some of what we heard yesterday. When you're doing the work that you do, you are attempting to match, if you can, cartridge casings to firearms, right?
Correct.
And bullets to barrels of firearms.
Correct.
It wouldn't be possible to match a cartridge casing to the barrel of a weapon.
No, sir.
Because the cartridge casing doesn't go through the barrel.
Correct.
Only the bullet does.
Correct.
And that's where the bullet is imprinted with the lands and grooves that are inside of the barrel. The
Yes.
rifle.
Correct, sir.
The bullet is obviously it's propelled out of the gun by an explosion, right?
By gases, yes, sir.
And it's forced through the barrel, and as it encounters that rifling, it begins to rotate.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And so those marks that the bullet gets are caused by it rotating through the barrel as it's being forced out by an explosion of gas, and begins to rotate because it's encountering that metal rifling.
So the marks are being created by the imperfections inside that barrel, the land and groove impression. So, yes, you're right.
Okay. So that's, I would imagine that's a higher degree of force that's on that bullet than the amount of force that's on the shell casing as it's ejected from the weapon.
It could be. I don't know about the force.
Okay. Well, do we know whether the higher forces, if the forces are higher on the bullet in terms of moving through the barrel than they are in the shell casing being ejected from the weapon, do we know if those higher forces could have an impact on the amount of marking impressions that the bullet receives versus the shell casing?
Yes.
But we do know about that.
The pressures could vary. So if you have a higher pressure with the bullet going down the barrel, that could impact the type of marks that it picks up. Yes.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this correctly, would a higher pressure, in your estimation, lead to a greater likelihood of more definite impressions?
I don't know. It could vary.
It could vary.
Yes, sir.
What I heard you say, I think yesterday, about the Fiocchi ammunition was that it was able to mark better,
Correct, sir.
and that means it left more definite impressions. And those more definite impressions were on the bullet?
Correct.
Okay. The Sig Sauer S-193, that's the evidence item of it, S-193, that was the weapon that you were able to match to the shell casings found at the Colts Neck scene?
Yes, if that's our item number 15.
15?
I believe
Did
so,
I
yes,
just
sir.
show that to you?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have both S-181 and S-193.
Right.
I'm going to approach.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to show you S-193. And I believe you looked at this yesterday. This is the one with serial number B2333959.
Correct, sir.
Could you open that for me? Could you take that item out? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, the one that you're holding in your hand now, you want a glove?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah. The one that you're holding in your hand now, that is the weapon that you matched to the shell casings from the Colts Neck scene.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Could you hold that up for the jury? Thank you. And then there was another SIG pistol that you looked at, right?
Correct, sir.
And this was serial number B341027?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This was eliminated
Correct.
as far as being the weapon that discharged the shell casings.
Correct.
Okay. Could you hold that up for the jury? All right. That was the one that had the bore sight in, right?
Yes, sir.
But that one also has rails on the bottom of the frame, right?
Correct.
And what could one do with rails like that?
You could put an accessory on there, say a flashlight or a laser sight.
A laser sight. Now, this weapon, the one that was matched to the shell casings, doesn't have rails, right?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
So it doesn't have that accessory mounting capability that this weapon does, right?
Yes.
We also saw something yesterday, and I'm not sure what the evidence item for it was, but it was a silencer.
Correct, sir.
And that silencer was able to be mounted on that barrel,
Yes.
right? And the barrel, that was the barrel that fit into either of those SIG pistols that we just saw, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that barrel could be fit into the SIG pistols, and that silencer could be mounted onto the gun, right?
Yes, onto the barrel. Yes, sir.
Onto the barrel. And then you fired test shots with that silencer, right?
Correct.
And I think you determined, based on what I see in your report, that silencer effectively reduced the sound of the gun firing.
Correct.
Now, I don't think you measured it in like decibels, right?
No, sir.
But it was obvious to you when you fired the gun with the silencer, it was significantly quieter than without the silencer.
Correct.
That silencer is also fairly large in diameter. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And it kind of, it's round, obviously, it's cylindrical,
Correct.
and it screws onto the barrel, but it's much wider in diameter than the barrel itself, right?
Correct.
And it actually sits over the sights of the gun.
Yes, sir.
So, also, I think we should mention that Fiocchi ammunition is subsonic ammunition.
Correct.
And what does subsonic mean?
So subsonic means that type of ammunition goes under the speed of sound, how it travels.
And when a bullet goes over the speed of sound, what does that change about the sound that the bullet makes?
You'll hear a crack. It goes over that beat per second or that sound.
Right. So you actually hear it breaking the sound barrier. Right. But these bullets don't travel fast enough to do that.
Correct.
So, subsonic ammunition, also used in conjunction with a silencer, would lead to a significantly quieter sound when the gun is fired versus, regular ammunition without a silencer.
Correct.
Okay. There were, obviously you issued a number of reports in this case. There were comparisons of bullets, comparisons of shell casings. There were cross comparisons. You also did a firearm assessment of the various firearms that you were given by the prosecutor's office in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
They included various calibers of weapons. It looks like mostly 9mm, right?
Correct.
In your report dated February 4th, 2019, it's a two-page report, S353. You examined also a .45 caliber 1911 type semi-automatic pistol.
Correct.
You said manufacturer unknown.
Correct.
You said it was consistent with an 80% pistol frame kit.
Correct.
Meaning and it was operable, right?
Correct, sir.
It could be, it fired a bullet.
Yes.
Okay. But it was like it was homemade. Well, not homemade, but it was from a kit.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to ask some questions about the actual examination process, because I think yesterday one of the things you said is, to the best of your ability, you want to make sure that you avoid mistakes going out of your lab, right?
Correct.
What we saw yesterday in the comparison slides were pictures taken from under your comparison microscope, and there was a dividing line between various bullets and various shell casings that you compare, right?
Correct.
And all of these were the purpose of them was to demonstrate points of comparison between the two objects, right?
Points of agreement, yes, sir.
Points of agreement. Just so I understand, none of these slides that we saw yesterday, none of them were for the purpose of showing points of disagreement, right?
Correct.
All of these are just examples of where you have concluded these two objects agree.
Correct.
Okay. Some of these, now these points of comparison come from different parts of the shell casing, right?
Correct.
they can come, you mentioned the breech face yesterday, right? And the
Yes.
firing pin,
Correct.
and then there's ejector marks as well,
Extractor marks.
extractor marks, I'm sorry. And all those are places where you could get potentially an impression from which you could derive a point of agreement.
Correct.
And what is, like, when you're looking at this, we're seeing grooves essentially cut into metal, right?
For the bullet, yes, sir.
Okay. Or we might see in a shell casing something like an impression from the firing pin.
An
right?
impress mark, yes, sir.
How many of these points of comparison do you need to see before you determine that either two bullets or either that two bullets were fired from the same barrel or that two shell casings were loaded into and ejected from the same weapon?
We don't use points of agreement, sir.
You don't use points of agreement?
No, sir.
Okay. So basically, you look at the bullet or the shell casing and decide whether you think that it matches enough?
Yes, so there's enough sufficient agreement there.
Enough sufficient agreement.
Correct, sir.
But it's not, so it doesn't sound to me like there's a number of areas on the bullet or the casing that need to agree?
No, sir.
And it doesn't sound like there's any area of agreement that there's any metric for the way it needs to agree in order for it to be a comparison?
No.
And it sounds like then it's kind of just your judgment call about it.
Yes, it's my judgment call based on my training and experience. But again, it also has to meet those 2 points to make an identification or a same source conclusion, which would be when you're looking at those two patterns, that's consistent with tool marks that I would expect to see from tools that were produced by the same tool. It's consistent with. And it also exceeds the agreement, meaning that I wouldn't expect to see that type of agreement from two bullets or two cartridge cases that were fired in two different firearms.
Okay. Okay. It also appears that this comparison in agreement that is based on your experience, there's no corresponding measurement in terms of the depth of these impressions that you determine to agree, or the width of these impressions that you determine to agree?
No, we don't take those measurements, sir.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you could make those measurements?
No, we don't have that capability in our lab, that type of equipment to take those measurements of the depth. No, sir. No.
No. I mean, but this is the state police's lab.
Correct.
Okay. And then there was something that was included in the case report, something from IBIS tracks.
So that would be NIBIN, sir.
Okay. And that's where this is the database.
Yes.
This is the database that shell casings and perhaps bullets are input into to see if they can be a match to any national unsolved crime, something like that.
Correct. So not the bullet, the cartridge casing.
Cartridge casing. And then, so on these IBIS tracks, what we're looking at then is it would still have to be the result of a test fire, right?
Correct.
And the test fire would produce certain impressions on the cartridge casing.
Correct. Either the breech face or the firing pin impression.
And then those impressions would be input into NIBIN.
Correct.
And those impressions would be used to see if they were similar in character to other casings that had been collected in unsolved crimes.
Correct.
Okay. one thing that I noticed about these is that it appears that there's measurements of the impressions
I don't know,
on the
sir.
weapon. I'll show you.
Sure.
So I just picked this one because it's the Sig Sauer pistol that you match to the shell casings. Just take a look at that for a second.
Are you saying in this case or just,
In this case, I'll go through it,
Okay,
Judge, in
thank
this
you.
case.
what's the exhibit number?
This is D144.
Okay.
So this was one of the test shells from one of the firearms that was test fired.
Yeah, I think if you flip the page, you'll see which one it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the Sig Sauer pistol that you matched to the shell casings that were found in Colts Neck in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on this page, we see what's input is a shell casing fired from that Sig Sauer pistol, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the bottom of this, we're going to see that there's certain measurements for the firing pin outline, the inner outline, and the outer breech face outline, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then, and so we're clear also, this was fired using a nickel primer brass case shell casing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then that same weapon was test fired again using a shell casing with a nickel primer and a brass case, right?
It's a different shell, sir. So that's T4. That's T2.
Right.
Case, primer, brass case.
Right. So they're both nickel primer brass case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we have measurements of the impressions left by the weapon on the shell casing, right?
Well, no, they're not measuring the impressions. They're measuring the outline of the firing pin, and they're measuring the breech face. They're not measuring the individual characteristics, the actual breech face marks, sir.
This is firing pin outline, .0082.
Yes, sir. So it's measuring the impression. They're just measuring the firing pin impression. That's it. They're not taking measurements of the actual individual characteristics of the breech face or the individual characteristics of the imperfections on the tip of the firing pin. They're not taking those measurements, sir.
But they're able to take these measurements down to .082 inches, right?
Yes.
And they're able to take these measurements down to .077 inches,
Correct, sir.
right? So I guess my question is, if this thing can do this, if this IBIS tracks or NIBIN can do this,
Correct.
then this is in your lab, right?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't this imply that there is an ability to take measurements of the actual impression on the weapon?
No,
or the
they're-
impression on the shell casing?
They're not taking the impression of those individual characteristics, those imperfections. It's measuring either the breech face or just the firing pin. That's all it's measuring. It's not measuring the individual characteristics that I use to make a comparison.
Right. But if it can take these measurements, can it look at the shell casing itself? I mean, these are impressions on the shell casing, right?
Right, it's not looking at those individual characteristics, those imperfections from the breech face or the imperfections from the tip of the firing pin.
Right.
It's only measuring the breech face. It's only measuring the firing pin impression.
Right. Right, but, okay. I guess my question is, this thing can take these kind of precise measurements, right?
No, it's measuring, again, it's measuring the breech face, right,
Yeah.
that primer, and it's measuring just the firing pin impression. It's not measuring those individual characteristics that I would use to either make an identification or an elimination.
This thing is called an IBIS HD 3D match point, right?
Yes, sir.
This is what's being uploaded for review is not the thickness or the width of the inner outline of the breech face. My understanding was this is being uploaded because it's going to be relevant for comparison to other shell casings and unsolved crimes.
Correct.
Okay. So when this gets uploaded, have you used this before in your own investigations?
As far as NIBIN, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, the unit uses NIBIN to
Okay.
link potential cases together.
Okay. And it's called IBIS HD 3D because isn't this software capable of actually taking a full picture of the casing itself?
Yes, sir.
And it can do a 3D image of the casing, can it?
Correct.
And then that 3D image can be basically put into 2 dimensions,
Correct.
and then the examiner can look at the entire casing in one screen, so that you don't have to rotate the surface to see what's on the casing.
We wouldn't rotate this. You're just getting an image of the breech face of the head portion of the cartridge case. You're not doing any type of rotating like a bullet.
Right. No, I'm saying it on if there was like an extractor mark or something like that, this software can actually turn that 3-dimensional object into a 2-dimensional picture.
Correct.
Okay. And then it can, then it can measure certain impressions on the image, correct?
No, it doesn't measure the images. I'm kind of confused with what you're asking.
Yeah, okay. I know you don't take measurements.
Correct.
Right. I'm not saying you take measurements. I'm saying that the software is capable of doing it.
Of taking measures of what, sir?
Of the impressions, the tool mark impressions.
No, it actually doesn't take measurements of the actual tool mark impressions.
Now, okay, well, this is, just so I understand, this is not what you use to do your comparisons in this case, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you have used this before, this software in your casework before, what have you've looked at these impressions, and what do you do with them? Do you compare these microscopically? Or do you look at them through the actual IBIS system?
So what will happen is we have a test fire. We test fire guns.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take those test cartridge cases. They'll get entered into that NIBIN system.
Okay.
And that NIBIN system is going to take a digital image of that breech face, so the breech face and the firing pin impression. And then what that system does, it compares it to other cartridge cases, crime scenes throughout New Jersey, or wherever you want to correlate, to see if there's a match or not.
Okay.
So in return, that system will bring back these images, digital images and photographs, what it thinks potentially could be a hit.
Okay.
So we would have a NIBIN tech or another examiner look at these images, and if they think there's a potential there because you're seeing those corresponding marks off of that photo, it will go out as a potential hit to the submitting agency. Mm-hmm. If that submitting agency wants that potential hit confirmed, we'll bring back the actual physical evidence, and then we'll actually look at the physical evidence, not at the photograph, and then we'll do a confirmation. and to actually confirm by looking at the physical evidence, just like I would do in this case, actually looking at the physical evidence, and we would confirm that hit. So that's how that it would work. In this case, NIBIN wasn't involved in this case at all, doing comparison work.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I understand. So, to go back, what you did then was test fire the weapon, and you took when you test fired it, you shot it into a water tank, you said?
Yes, sir.
And then the water tank, I guess that's so that you can retrieve the bullet?
Correct.
Okay. And you test fired it, I think, I don't know if you said this yesterday, I think you had 12 test fires for the SIG pistol, the V233 pistol?
Yes, there were numerous test fires.
Okay. And there was also several test fires you did for the other SIG pistol. I think that it was like 3 test fires for that pistol.
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
Okay. And the those were all those test fires through the barrel that was included? That separate SIG barrel that you received, were all those test fires, the 12 for the one SIG and the 3 for the other, were all those test fires done through that barrel that you received?
Yes, sir, either from one of the 3, either the 2 pistols or the barrel too. Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you got the guns, when you got those SIG pistols, they both had barrels, right?
Correct.
And were some of those test fires with those gun barrels, or were all of those test fires, the 12, the T exhibits in your reports, the 12 from the one SIG and the 3 from the other, were all of those fired through the SIG pistols using that other barrel?
Yes, so I'd have to check my notes, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So, is there any particular reason why, when it came to the SIG pistol that you identified as a match to those shell casings, was there any particular reason why you shot the 12 test shots for that particular weapon?
No, sir. So, again, we're using like ammunition. So I would do multiple test shots. That's common. You're looking for your best exemplar test standard.
Okay. So when you're saying you're looking for your best example or test standard, what does that, how do you know when you get there?
Because you're looking at all the test standards, and you look for your best exemplar.
Okay. So does that mean that the test standards can look different,
Yes.
even though they're fired by the same weapon
Yes, sir.
at the same time
Correct.
in a like a controlled setting,
Yes.
and then the bullet goes into a tank of water, right?
Correct.
The purpose of that tank of water, I guess, is so that it slows down the bullet,
Yes, sir.
and then it stops the bullet from, like if I fired a gun and I shot something, if I shot the ground, the bullet could like deform when it hit the ground.
You get deformed, you can get land impressions that get wiped, they wipe out the toe marks.
Okay.
Yes.
But the water, I guess, the idea with the water is it stops that from happening?
Correct.
Okay. And then, but even if you're firing those test shots under the same conditions, through the same weapon and the same barrel, it sounds like you're going to get different results.
No, not different results. But you're comparing the one, you want to see the tool marks that are repeating, those repeating marks from one to the next.
Yeah.
And then as you do that, you could look at your exemplars, and then you could say, that, okay, this one marked, this is your best exemplar. Or that you like to have this one marked the best, that left the best marks on there.
Okay.
So you would use that exemplar.
So they don't all look. I guess the thing I'm trying to understand is it sounds like you're saying that when you're doing these test fires, you're firing the bullets on the same conditions, same barrel, same gun into the water tank, but they're leaving the impressions being left on them are not identical.
They might not be identical, no, sir.
Okay. And then you want to find one that, in your estimation, is the best to you.
Correct.
And that's the one that's most readily observable as being comparable to the item of evidence you're looking at.
Yes.
Okay. So what we were seeing, I guess, what we were seeing yesterday was those kind of best case scenario examples from your test fires.
Correct.
So we weren't seeing the ones that didn't, in your words, mark as well, right?
Correct.
And the ones that may not have been identical, right?
Yes.
Okay. And can there be, if you're looking at a shell casing, can there be areas of agreement and disagreement?
No, I wouldn't expect to see that. If I would expect to see an area of disagreement and an area of agreement, I want to know why.
Okay. Okay. So then there were 12. It was what was necessary in this case, though. It seems like was that you had to fire that SIG pistol that you matched to the shell casings. You had to fire that weapon 12 times.
12 times, but it was also too because I was test firing it with that silencer as well.
Yeah. And how many test shots were with the silencer?
I'd have to go back to the notes, but I think there was maybe at least two.
Okay.
One.
Okay. The Fiocchi ammunition, you said that marked better.
Correct, sir.
So I take that to mean, can you just walk us through when you get these things? I think you first get the first set of evidence on the 26th of November.
Sounds right to me, sir.
And then, so can you just walk us through what you do once you get that?
Once we get the evidence,
Yeah.
sure, evaluate it for its class characteristics.
Okay.
Class characteristics are the same. Then we go on and we do a microscopic comparison of those specimens to see if they were or were not fired at the same fire.
Okay. So when you get the specimens, right, either the shell casings or the bullets or bullet fragments,
Correct.
is your step one comparing them to each other?
No, step one is evaluating each specimen, whether it's a bullet or a cartridge case, and identifying the class characteristics.
Okay. And then after you do that, and you say, these either have the same class characteristics or I can't tell, right? Or maybe they don't have them. But in this case, you're examining shell casings, right? And they appear to be the same type of casing.
Yes, sir.
They were all GFL 10 9x19.
Same caliber,
Yeah.
same shape of the firing pin, same breech face, parallel breech face marks,
Yeah.
class characteristics.
Okay, what I'm wondering, I guess, is more when you get these things, you've looked at them, these are the bullet fragments and bullets and shell casings. When you look at them and you say, okay, I've determined class characteristics, what is the next step after that?
The class characteristics are different right? You can make an elimination off of the class characteristics.
Okay.
If the class characteristics are the same, then we will go and do a microscopic comparison of either the bullets or the cartridge cases to see if they were or were not fired out of the same gun.
Okay. Now, when you say if you go on to do that comparison to see if they were or were not fired out of the same gun,
Correct.
is that a comparison? That's a comparison amongst the evidence items themselves?
Yes.
Okay. Because there was also this comparison you did to the firearms that were collected in the case.
Yes, sir.
And I think the firearms were delivered on the same day that the evidence items like the shell casings and the bullet fragments were delivered, right?
Yes, sir.
So you had that all at one time.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess my question is, in terms of order of operations, do you begin by, let's say, taking, item 11, a cartridge casing, right? And comparing that to a test fire from one of the weapons? Or do you begin by comparing item 11 to item 13, another cartridge casing?
Both of them came in at the same time.
Yeah.
So I was working both cases at the same time, sir.
Yeah. Well, do you remember, would you have a specific order to how you did that, though?
I don't. Typically, I would look at the evidence first,
Okay.
and then I would compare it to the test fires.
Okay. Because I think here, one of the things that happened is there was like a bullet fragment 25, and you weren't able to confirm whether that was fired from, that was consistent with the other bullets that were recovered, right?
It was inconclusive when I did my microscopic comparison, sir.
Okay. And so, okay. So then after you've done those comparisons, but one bullet recovered at a scene to another bullet recovered at a scene, one shell casing recovered at a scene to another, then you would typically do the cross comparison where you compare it to the other weapons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The date on these, just so I understand this, there's dates on these slides that we saw yesterday, the slides of your comparisons?
Yes, sir.
Are those the dates that you did the comparison, or are those the dates that you took the pictures, or what?
Those are the dates that I took the photograph.
Okay. So those dates don't necessarily correspond to the dates when you did the comparison.
Yes, sir.
So for these photos that are dated December 17th, 2018, you actually did a comparison, but didn't take photos at that point in time, back in November?
No, so the date on the photograph is when I took the microscopic, the photograph of my comparison. That's the date I took that photograph.
Okay.
It's not necessarily the date that I actually looked at the evidence. That's not noted in my report.
Okay. Okay. So it's not the date where you drew the conclusions.
That's the date that's the date that indicates when I took that photograph.
Right. Right. But it's not necessarily the date where you concluded, oh, this has sufficient agreement or not.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now you've gotten this evidence, you've looked at it, you've done some test fires, I suppose, with the other weapons, and the ammunition that you're using isn't marking as well, right?
Correct, sir.
One of the things that you mentioned yesterday was about, I think it's like ways to demonstrate that this field of forensics is trustworthy and reliable, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think one of the ways that you mentioned is obviously having peer review of your work, right?
Correct.
But also trying to avoid a situation where the examiner is coming into it with a bias about what the results are or should be?
Yes, sir.
And is one way to eliminate that potential bias that you mentioned briefly yesterday would be not informing the examiner about, all the details of the case, right?
Well, not necessarily the details of the case, but the results of my conclusions. So when I do a peer review,
But you're the examiner, right?
yes.
Okay. Okay. So go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, you're asking me about the peer review process.
Right. Well, no,
So-
I'm asking you. I'm not really asking you that. I'm asking you more. Is it important in terms of making sure that you don't have a bias in the case? Is it important for you just to get the evidence, do your work, and report your results? Or is it okay for you to have a conversation with the investigating detectives about who they think did it and how it happened, and then you do your work?
No, sir. It's the first. So when we testify, we're examining the evidence. It's all we care about is examining objectively the evidence that is before us.
Okay. So then the idea would be we don't want you to have this extraneous information. We want your results to be based on your review of the evidence and your work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because obviously, if we did it the other way and you were allowed to have full access to the case, then, consciously or otherwise, that could interfere with your conclusions. Is that fair to say?
Potentially.
Okay. In this case, though, you notice that the test fires weren't marking as well.
Correct.
But I guess the question would be, as well as what?
The test fires that we have, I mentioned it the other day, in our laboratory, the 9mm Luger ammunition that we would use, we didn't have the same ammunition that, I guess that was that on the bullets that were submitted to us at the crime scene. The bullets that we use, the bearing surface, meaning that surface of the bullet that comes in contact with the lands and the grooves, it was smaller. The evidence bullets that were in this case, the bearing surface that comes in contact with those lands and grooves, it was larger. So that impacted the tool marks that it would pick up.
But then, even when, so I guess I have some questions about that, but even when you got the Fiocchi ammunition, even some of those were not marking as well as others, right?
Correct.
That's why you had to shoot those 12 test shots with the gun that you ended up matching, right?
Well, again, the 12 test shots were not just from, it was also with that silencer on and with that silencer off.
Sure. I think you said 2 with the silencer, right? But I guess what I don't understand is you're saying it's not marking as well, but how do you know that that's the result of having the wrong ammunition as opposed to not having the right gun?
No, the imperfections inside the barrel are the imperfections that are inside the barrel. The ammunition, the reason why you want to shoot like ammunition is because ammunition can mark differently. It depends on the type of propellant, it depends on the weight of the bullet, it depends on the shape of the bullet, the bearing surface like we're talking about. The ammunition the Fiocchi ammunition, we didn't have that in our laboratory. Typically the 9mm Luger ammunition we have, 114, 124 grain bullet. This ammunition, the weight of that bullet, it's a heavier bullet. It's about 158 grain bullet. We don't have that. It has a larger, again, that larger bearing surface. The best way I can explain this is that if you go outside to the parking lot and that concrete parking lot, it's rough, right? Those are those imperfections that would be inside the barrel. If you take your hand and press it on that concrete and scrape it, you're going to get those striated marks, right? If I take my hand again and put more pressure on there, more pressure on that concrete and press harder, it's the same mark, same imperfections. They're just going to mark differently. One's heavier marks, one's a lighter mark. And it's the same idea with using different ammunition. The tool marks, the imperfections inside that barrel are the same, but depending on the type of ammunition, whether it can mark harder or softer, that's where you get that varying degree of variation when you're looking at those comparisons. But the tool marks inside that barrel are the same. It all depends on just how that ammunition comes in contact with those markings.
But even with the same ammunition, this is what I don't understand. Even with the same ammunition, the degree to which the weapon left those markings changed, right? Even with the same ammunition, it was different from test fire to test fire.
No, but it's not that different. The variable's not that different. The markings are still the same, but you're taking multiple shots. So, for example, I wouldn't just go into, when I was taking those additional shots, I wasn't just taking one shot at a time. I would take multiple shots at the same time, put them in the water tank, and here's my test standards. And I would use those test standards, and then I would compare those test standards to see how those marks are repeating. And then I would just take my best exemplar from that group of test standards, those additional test standards that I took.
Right.
And then I would use my best exemplar, and then would compare them to the other bullets that were at the crime scene.
Right. But you shot 12 of them because of something that something prevented you from being able to just shoot. For the purpose of comparing the gun barrel, right, to the evidence you had, right?
Right.
Forget about the silencer for a second. For the purpose of just comparing the gun barrel to the evidence you had, there was something that made it make more sense for you to shoot multiple test fires rather than a single test fire.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And that thing that made it make more sense was?
No, I was shooting. I was shooting the additional test fires in a batch. I wasn't just shooting one, looking at it underneath the microscope, taking another single shot, getting it, looking at a microscope. I shot them in a batch multiple times. So I would take that batch of additional test standards, and I would look at that batch, and I would look at the test standards to see how those marks are repeating. The marks were the same. It wasn't different marks each time, and I would just use my best exemplar from that batch, and I would compare them to that like ammunition.
Okay. But best implies that they were not all the same.
Probably not all the same, so you're never going to get everything that's exactly the same. I just used this one was my best exemplar out of that batch.
Okay. And then those other ones, would you take any notes about those and how they agreed but weren't quite the best, or do we know anything about that from your reports?
No, we wouldn't do that, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, you wouldn't do that. And you wouldn't do that because obviously what you're putting together as far as your presentation is your ultimate conclusions, right?
Correct.
And your ultimate conclusions rely on the best evidence samples that you had, right?
Correct.
And anything that was not the best or didn't mark as well or anything like that, the notes about those things are not preserved, right?
No.
Okay. And so it's impossible to say the ways in which they weren't quite right in terms of their presentation for your report, right?
No, it can, no, so we're not looking at, you're not looking at, there were no differences from test shot to test shot. It's just how they mark and the degree of how they mark.
Okay. So let me go back to one thing though. So the bullet tracks, the measurement itself is what it calls the firing pin outline.
Correct. That's the NIBIN, the shell casing, the short shell casing, sir.
I'm sorry?
We're not doing the bullet, it's the cartridge case.
The cartridge case, it says firing pin outline, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it's measuring something on the shell casing.
Firing pin outline, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the firing pin outline on the shell casing?
Literally what it says, the outline of the firing pin impression. You're just measuring that.
The outline left by the firing pin.
Yes.
So,
So if you have if you have a firing
Can I
pin,
see
right?
counsel for a second, please?
so the firing pin outline is the impression from the firing pin on the shell casing.
Yes, in the primary, yes.
Okay, it's not a fact about the shell casing. Like when the shell casing is designed, right? It's manufactured, and it is all the shell casings that are manufactured, same caliber by the same company. Those are all designed with certain specifications, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the statement in these reports about the firing pin outline size is not a statement about the manufacturing standard of the shell casing, right?
No.
It's about the outline that gets left by the firing pin of the weapon.
Correct.
Okay. So that firing pin of the weapon that we saw, right, can leave different sized markings on the same ammunition.
No, so no. So that again, we'll just go over the firing pin, the tip of the firing pin, right? It's a circular firing pin. When you pull that trigger, the firing pin is hitting that primer. It's detonating that primer. That's what fires that cartridge case.
Sure.
So that firing pin, once it hits that primer, it makes a crater from that pin hitting it. All that is doing there for NIBIN is measuring the crater, so to say, from this point, from the 12 o'clock position to the 6 o'clock position.
Right.
It's just taking that measurement of the crater and the firing pin on that primer.
Right. And then but the measurements it takes from shot to shot using the same weapon and still using nickel primer brass case shell casings left different size impressions from the firing pin.
It could.
Okay, so those are different marks in terms of their size.
Right, but it's not actually physically measuring the firing pin. It's measuring the crater that it hits.
I understand.
Right, the crater that it's causing.
Right, it's measuring the impression on the shell casing.
Yes, the impression
Right.
on the shell casing.
But the impression on the shell casing is the thing that you use to determine if two things are like or if two things are unlike, right?
No, it's not. I'm not looking at the size of the crater of the impression. I'm looking at the tool marks inside that impression.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, do you agree that the same tool, right, fired at the same, relatively the same time, using ammunition of the same composite, can create different sized impressions?
Difference, I get it. I assume it can.
Okay.
But again, you're not talking about the tool marks inside the firing pin impression. The tool marks on the imperfection on the tip of the firing pin You're talking about the firing pin impression, the crater that it's leaving
Yes.
on the primer.
Yes, that's right. I am. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand that the same tool fired at the same time with the same ammunition can leave different sized markings.
The crater of the firing pin? Yes.
It's an impression, is it not?
Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
It's a tool mark impression, right?
Correct.
And it's a tool mark impression that can create different sized impressions even when fired at the same time using the same ammunition.
Again, I don't take those measurements.
I'm not saying you do.
Right.
I'm just saying that this is a thing that happens.
Can it vary by thousandths of an inch? Yes.
Okay, well, your microscope, what's its maximum magnification?
It could go up to over 100 times magnification.
Right.
But we're not talking about the same thing right now.
We're not, but when we're talking about 1/100th of an inch,
At this point, I have to object. This has been asked.
Yeah, he's asked and answered this many different ways, many different times. So you're talking about two different things. If you want to try to specifically ask something, but what you have asked him right now, you have asked him several different ways, and he has answered it the way he's answered it. I'll just leave it that way.
so you requested the ammunition, the Fiocchi ammunition, right?
I'm not sure if I requested it or if the prosecutor's office had that ammunition
Okay.
and let me know. So I don't recall, sir.
Okay. I think you said yesterday that you were doing these test fires and the ammunition you had wasn't marking as well, right?
Yes.
So you were the one that came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Like maybe I don't have the right ammunition, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you look for it at the state police lab, right?
Yes.
Because you want to use state police ammunition if you can, right?
Both. So we use our ammunition, but it's very important to use like ammunition. Yes, sir.
Right, but one of the things you said yesterday was that you don't really like taking ammunition from outside sources.
Correct.
Because you don't know where it's been.
Sure.
And you don't know if it could be damaged or something like that. So it's better to use the ammunition that you have at the armory if you can. Right?
Yes, ideally, yes, sir.
Okay. And typically, you said you don't like accepting outside ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
Unless there was a reason for you to believe that it was reliable and useful, right?
Correct.
Okay. This property receipt that you saw yesterday, S351, it says that the ammunition was requested by you for further testing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that sound accurate?
If that's what's in my notes, yes, that's accurate then.
Okay. How did you know that the prosecutor's office had that ammunition?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know. Because
I could have asked it, could have requested it from there, because again, it's best to use like ammunition.
But, I mean, in your typical shooting, there's not going to be a box of ammunition lying around at the crime scene, right?
I don't know, sir.
Well, is that typical in your casework that you receive a box of ammunition?
No, sir.
Okay. So how did you know that the prosecutor's office had this?
I didn't know if they had it or not.
You just asked them, hey, if you happen to have a box of Fiocchi ammunition, can you send it my way?
No, it would be along the lines of the ammunition that we have. We don't have this type of ammunition. That's not unique, common ammunition. That Fiocchi ammunition that you have in your hand right there.
Sure. But you requested it from the prosecutor's office.
Yes, because again, the ammunition that we had in our reference collection wasn't the same as that type of ammunition, the bullets that were in this case.
Right, but like there's somebody who works at state police who can tell you, like I'm sure there's some kind of person who can obtain various ammunition, weapons, things of that nature, right?
No, sir.
There's nobody who can buy ammunition. There's
We
no
can,
procurement.
what's that?
You don't have a procurement division?
No, we procure.
Instead of doing that, you ask the prosecutor's office if they happen to have Fiocchi ammunition.
Correct, or the same ammunition that was used at the scene, yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess I'm just confused because if it's atypical to accept outside ammunition, right?
Correct.
Because it's unreliable potentially, right?
Correct.
And it's atypical for boxes of ammunition to be left at crime scenes, right?
Correct.
Why would you assume that the prosecutor's office had a box of reliable ammunition unless you already knew that they had it?
I didn't know they already had it, sir. If best case scenario, you want to use test fires like ammunition. Typically, you're right, we don't use ammunition from outside agencies, but if there's an instance where we cannot obtain that type of ammunition, we would request the ammunition and use it for test fires. We do procure our own ammunition, but we don't have our own credit card. It's a state agency. For us to get any type of ammunition, it's a process. I don't know where you would actually even find that ammunition from a local store. So for exigent circumstances or under certain circumstances, we would ask if the agency had the ammunition. We would test fire it to make so we're using like ammunition.
But you requested this from the prosecutor's office specifically, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why it's on that property receipt.
Yes.
Okay. Also on the property receipt from November 26th is a synopsis of the case where it states that Paul Caneiro is suspected to have disassembled and or altered firearms by exchanging the parts.
Yes, sir.
That statement wasn't something that came from you, right?
No, sir.
Somebody else put that in there.
Correct.
And that statement wasn't the result of your ballistics investigation, right?
Correct.
So, and this evidence receipt is from the 26th, which is prior to you having this ammunition, right?
Correct.
And so that has to mean that whoever put this on here, put that statement on here prior to you doing the testing with this ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who put that statement on that receipt?
No, sir.
Do you know why they put it on that receipt?
That's typical. Every case that comes in, it has a brief synopsis of the case. It's every single case that we get in.
Okay.
People put information on there, so that's typical.
But but why is it on here that Faulkner is suspected of exchanging or altering firearms parts prior to you doing any case investigation in terms of ballistics?
That's typical.
Typical.
Yes, on that receipt, it will tell you, it says brief history of the case on that evidence receipt.
And then 2 days go by, and this box of ammunition arrives at the ballistics unit, right?
Correct.
Did you receive, and then all the test fires that we saw as far as the comparisons were fired by, were fired using the Fiocchi ammunition?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so none of the slides from yesterday that we saw used anything other than Fiocchi.
They might have. Again, I'd have to check the notes, but I originally shot our own ammunition from all those firearms,
Yeah.
and then I would take additional shots with the Fiocchi ammunition.
But the Fiocchi was the best,
Yes.
because the original ammunition was not as good.
Correct, for the bullets, yes.
Okay. And so then all these bullet shots that we see from the photos are from December 17, 2018. These are actually all comparisons of one bullet to the other. And the ones dated November 28, 2018. You're not sure whether those are Fiocchi or whether those are the test bullets that you had originally?
Bullets are the Fiocchi ammunition, sir.
Okay, all the bullets are the Fiocchi ammunition. Okay, got it. Got it. To get the bullets, you have to fire the entire cartridge, right?
Correct.
You can't extract the bullet without firing.
Correct.
Okay. And then there were 15 test shots between the SIG pistol that with the rails on it and the SIG pistol without the rails, right?
It sounds about right, sir.
Okay. This was the only box of Fiocchi ammunition you received?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's only 12 bullets, it looks like, missing from this.
12 bullets missing, sir.
What I'm just showing this to you. You see the empty spaces?
Correct, sir.
Looks like there's...
There's 12.
Okay.
For the record, that is
This is item 21, which is S195.
Okay.
12 missing from this,
Correct, sir.
which is the only Fiocchi ammunition that you got from the prosecutor's office.
Yes, it's the only box ammunition from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. But there were 15 test shots between the two SIG pistols.
Right, but again, that's using additional ammunition from our lab as well.
Okay. The guns that were recovered were mostly 9mm, right?
Correct.
Now, some of them, it looked like, had a right twist that was polygonal.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that means it leaves a different mark than just a regular right twist.
No, sir. It's a different barrel. Barrel rifling. So it's cut rifling, which you literally cut the grooves in there, as opposed to polygonal type rifling, where it's metal displacement, where you're not getting those cuts in there. So it's different rifling characteristics. So just, again, those are class characteristics. Cut rifling, the poly rifling, it's different. They're two different barrels.
Right, but don't they produce, maybe they don't, I don't know. Do they produce the same impressions? Does polygonal rifling produce the same impressions on a bullet as traditional rifling?
No, so the rifling would be different. Again, it's cut, would be your traditional cut rifling, and you get defined shoulders. Where if it's polygonal type rifling, it's metal displacement when they're cutting the lands and the grooves. The lands and the grooves would be the same, whether it's 6, 7, whatever, or the direction twist would be the same. It's just how the rifling is cut, so it leaves different type rifling. It's not cut, it's poly. So
just so I understand, that would mean that you'd have to look at it microscopically to know if there were differences from which you could identify it as unique to that firearm.
no, sir. So the difference between cut and poly rifling on the bullet, you can tell. You don't have to do a microscopic comparison. You can just look on the regular stereoscope, and the rifling is different.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
correct.
So basically, the polygonal rifling produces something that is different in kind from the regular rifling, such that you don't have to do microscopic comparison to see the difference.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But there was still 2 9mm Luger pistols, right?
Correct.
And both had a right twist.
Correct.
And there was a 9mm Walter pistol
Correct.
that had a right twist.
Correct.
Right? And obviously, in the absence of knowing anything further, any one of those weapons could have fired the cartridges in the case, right?
No, not the Walther, sir.
Because you eliminated the Walter.
Correct.
And you eliminated the Walter based on, it looks like a comparison to specimen 25?
No, 25 would, yes, because the landing groove impressions, the width was different.
And
So it's a class elimination.
The 25 was a bullet fragment, right?
Correct, sir.
And 25 you had compared to other bullets in the case. You had compared it to 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26.
Yes, sir.
But 25, as compared to those, was inconclusive, right?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't determine whether 25 was fired by the same weapon as those other ones or not.
Yes, sir.
But you knew that those other ones, those 5 other ones, were all fired by the same weapon.
Correct.
So 25, we're not sure about. When we get to the point of looking at it microscopically compared to these other weapons, right?
It's inconclusive, yes, sir.
Okay. But then 25 is the one that you used to eliminate the Walter,
Correct.
not one of these other bullets that you had identified as actually being like in kind to the others collected.
Correct.
So, but because 25 can't be compared to the others conclusively, the Walter at that point, we can't make a statement about whether the Walter, just using that information, could or could not match those like-in-kind bullets.
I'm sorry, just repeat that again.
You use 25 to
Right.
eliminate the Walter, right?
Yes, based off of class characteristics, yes.
But 25 was inconclusive as to being like or unlike from the other
It
bullets,
was inconclusive to the other bullets,
which
correct.
you matched to each other, right?
Correct.
And those bullets, we don't know if, we don't know based on just 25, it would have been inclusions or exclusions from the Walter.
No, they would have been excluded from the Walter.
And 25 is the inconclusive bullet in that range of bullets, right?
25 to those 4 bullets are what we're talking about, yes, that's inconclusive.
Right.
But both are eliminated to the Walther.
But your report specifically says, so I understand this, that 25 is the one that you used to eliminate the Walter, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Redirect.
Yeah. Sergeant Clayton, I don't think I heard it yesterday, I don't think I heard it today. But just to be clear, you never testified that the silencer was actually used in this case, correct?
Correct, sir.
Did you actually identify marks on the silencer?
Yes, sir.
Based upon test firing bullets through the silencer?
Yes, sir.
Were there marks on those bullets?
Yes, sir.
And were they on the bullets that were located at the crime scene or at the autopsy from 15 Willowbrook?
No, sir.
So you're not saying the silencer was used, correct?
No, sir, I don't know.
You're saying it just could fit on that barrel.
Correct.
Now, 25, New Jersey State Police item number 25, that was something that was inconclusive in compared with the other bullets that were found in Colts Neck, correct?
Correct.
And I think, if you need your report to refresh your recollection, item number 25 from the state police, you indicated it had a right-hand twist. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the number of lands and grooves?
No, sir.
Okay. So is that why it's inconclusive?
So it's inconclusive. There's just, again, microscopically, there's just a lack of tool marks on there. So when I'm comparing them to the other bullet specimens, it's inconclusive. There's not enough tool marks on there to make any type of either a positive or elimination conclusion.
Okay. And item number 25, just to be clear, I'm going to show you S349 for identification. Item number 25, where does that come from?
Oh, just figure I left my glasses in the car. But yeah, this is a bullet fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay. So that's a fragment, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, I just want to be clear. Did you say the Fiocchi ammunition that you used with the GFL 10 9x19 head stamp, did you say that was common or less common?
It's a less common, sir.
Okay. But that ammunition that we're talking about that you were ultimately provided by the prosecutor's office, that came from ultimately the basement of 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, right?
I believe so. It says it on that package, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you're relying on information you're provided. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
With that Fiocchi less common ammunition with that same head stamp, GFL 10 9x19, is also the same cartridge cases that are found at 15 Willowbrook and Colts Neck, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Cross.
2 questions. So, based on the prosecutor's redirect, what I understand you saying is that your conclusion would be, in terms of the bullets found at the Colts Neck scene, those bullets were not fired through the silencer.
I don't believe so, sir.
They didn't have the same markings, right?
Correct.
So your conclusion is those bullets at that scene not fired through the silencer.
I didn't have a conclusion on that. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't believe it was, but I didn't come to a definite conclusion that either it was or it wasn't.
Okay.
I don't know, sir.
You didn't conclude it was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, does the state police in general look to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office as a supplier of rare ammunition?
No.
I'm just going to object. This has been asked and answered. It's just...
The question is being withdrawn, I assume then. So, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break. Before we start our next witness, we'll start back up at about 10:20. Have a good break? Feeling strong? Prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Dr. Lauren Toma.
Hi, doctor. Just watch your step, please. Hate to do it to you, but once you're ready, if you could just stand up for me. But take your time. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Okay, you're fine. I do solemnly, now I just forgot the whole part of it. Yeah. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Okay, thank you so much. You can be seated. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My full name is Dr. Lauren Toma. My last name is spelled Thoma.
Okay. Great. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Toma, where are you employed?
I am employed by the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your title?
So as of the beginning of this year, I'm now the acting chief medical examiner.
Now, what does the Middlesex Regional County Medical's Office, or Medical Examiner's Office cover? What particular counties?
So we're physically located in Middlesex County, but we have shared services agreements with Monmouth County and Mercer County.
And what specifically do you do there?
So first and foremost, I am a forensic pathologist employed as a medical examiner, which means I investigate sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths that fall into certain categories under New Jersey state statute. Now with my role, I was the deputy chief from 2018 until beginning of this year. So I had more of a management oversight, and now I'm the head honcho.
Doctor, I'm going to approach you with S-376. Judge, may I approach? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is a copy of my slightly outdated CV now.
Can you please provide the jury with the benefit of your educational background?
Sure. I completed a bachelor's degree in biology at Wilson College in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I then undertook a medical degree at, it's called Jefferson Medical College when I went there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I completed a 4-year pathology residency in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I then moved to New York City and completed 2-year-long fellowships. The first was in forensic pathology, and then the second was in forensic cardiac pathology and neuropathology.
Now, can you summarize your employment history, starting chronologically, if you could?
Sure. So I was initially hired as an assistant medical examiner at the Northern Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Newark, New Jersey. I was there for approximately 2 years before being hired by Middlesex County in September of 2014, when it was a single county office.
Doctor, what is your medical specialty?
So my medical specialty is forensic pathology, but I also have board certifications not only in forensic pathology, but anatomic and clinical pathology, which is my primary specialty.
Now, your certification for forensic pathology, what did that entail?
So for any certification, board certification process, you have to complete a certain number of training years, and then you sit for and ultimately pass a day-long examination.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Science, and the Society for Cardiovascular Pathology.
And what is the number of years that you've worked in your profession?
So if you count my fellowship, where I was performing autopsies in the same manner that I'm doing now, it's been coming up on 16 years.
Can you tell us what forensic pathology is?
So to back up, pathology itself is a study of the understanding of the causes and the diagnosis of human disease. Forensic pathology specifically deals with sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths.
Is it possible for you to estimate the number of autopsies that you've performed in the course of your career?
I've performed over 2,500 autopsies.
And have you ever testified in court with respect to your conclusions and outcomes?
Yes, I have.
And how many times is that?
This will be number 70.
What jurisdictions did you testify in?
So for New York State, it was New York County, which is Manhattan, as well as Kings County, which is Brooklyn. When I was at the Northern Regional Office, I testified in Essex County, Somerset County, and Hudson County.
No, go
And,
ahead.
sorry, the three counties here, Middlesex, Monmouth, and Mercer.
Were you qualified as an expert in those instances in which you testified?
Yes.
And specifically an expert in what?
An expert in forensic pathology.
How many times did you qualify?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state offers Dr. Toma as an expert in forensic pathology and determination of matter and causation.
No objection.
I apologize.
I didn't mean to speak for Mr. Byrne.
We don't have an objection.
If you have an objection, you can, even if she doesn't.
No, I understand, but we don't have it.
Okay, great, thanks. All right. Who's going to read it? I'll do it. All right. Normally, a witness cannot testify to an opinion. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give an opinion as to any matter in which they are versed. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of the expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon, and is no stronger than, the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may in fact determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part, and in light of such findings you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, prosecutor, you can go ahead. The court is accepting this witness as an expert in forensic pathology and the determination in manner and cause of death.
Doctor, the term autopsy and the term post-mortem examination, are those essentially synonymous terms?
Postmortem examination encompasses exams where we just do an external examination. We don't need to proceed with an internal examination, but autopsy does fall under that broad header.
Now, in the present case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, did you have occasion to perform any autopsies?
Yes, I performed autopsies on Jesse Caneiro and Jennifer Caneiro.
Are
would like to first address your autopsy with regard to Jennifer Caneiro. Did you document your exam in a report?
Yes, we prepare a report for every postmortem examination that we complete.
And does that report include a body diagram?
The report itself does not include that, but I create a body diagram in the autopsy suite to aid with creating the report.
Okay, I'm going to approach with S378.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So this is a copy of my autopsy report. It's bearing my signature and the date of February 1st, 2019. There's also a copy of the toxicology report, as well as the investigator's report, and copies of the diagrams I generated in the autopsy suite.
Now, the date on the report, that February date, is that the date you actually conducted the autopsy of Jennifer?
Jesse.
Jesse, I'm sorry. Did I give you the?
Oh, you gave me Jesse.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'd like to discuss Jennifer first. But let me ask you, does the date that you have on your report, does that reflect the date that you actually conducted the autopsy, or was it done at some different date?
Let me just make sure that all the pages that I spoke of before are here. They are.
Doctor, what's the exhibit number on that one?
This is S377.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, no, the date of examination was November 21st, 2018, and the majority of my report is generated at that time, including the internal and external examination. We wait until the results of all of our testing, including toxicology testing or other ancillary tests, are received before we incorporate those findings into our report, and then the date at the bottom is when the report is finalized.
Now, in your report, let me ask you, what was the age of Jennifer?
So I was told that her age was 45.
I'd like to draw your attention specifically, and they're not numbered, it's going to be page number 17 of that report, specifically the body diagram. Do you have that body diagram?
I do.
Okay. We talked a little bit about it before, but what is the purpose of that body diagram?
The body diagram is something that I use during the autopsy to make notations of my observations, both external and internal.
Are you making those notations as you go along with your examination?
Yes.
Now, is there a protocol that you routinely follow when you perform an autopsy?
So every case that gets reported to our office is assigned a unique identifier number, and that is used to label all of the case documentation as well as photographs. So in this case, it's 13-18-1299. 13 is the code for Monmouth County. It's the New Jersey counties in alphabetical order. 2018, the last two digits of the year, and the last number means that this is the 1,299th death report we got from Monmouth County in the year 2018. So you'll see that identifying number on all of the documentation. So once I am given, as we know a case is coming into the office, we review the investigator's reports. In this particular case, X-rays were ordered before. We look at those before we go in and do an exam. Then we proceed stepwise through the exam process. That is the same basic process for all the cases we do.
And the X-rays, what is the importance of that?
So we generally order X-rays in a routine panel of cases. Any case that is charred or there's penetrating trauma, or child deaths, or people who may not be visually recognizable.
Now, can you explain to us the protocol that you follow when you perform an autopsy, as you just discussed, starting with how the body is received?
So the body is received in a sealed body bag with a unique case number that is photographed for documentation of chain of custody purposes. Then the seal is broken, and we do what's called our first round photographs, which is a documentation of exactly how the body is received in the office. The next step is to remove any clothing that's present, any debris or fluids, to get a clean view of any injuries or any identifying features of the body. And we take photographs at that step. Those are called our second round photographs. While my technicians are helping prepare the body, remove clothing, I am documenting things such as hair color, eye color, height, weight, tattoos, scars, anything that could be important for identifying later on.
After that, is there an external exam that happens?
Yes, that's the general basic items that I just described documenting. I will also note if there's any signs of external injury or any signs of external natural disease.
When you write your report, how do you go about documenting any injuries that you find?
So if a report, in this case, there are a significant amount of findings on the external examination, I will give those injuries a letter designation, which matches what's on my diagram and in my report, just to keep myself straight. Then I will proceed with following those wound paths and other findings in the body itself during the internal examination. And then when I write my report, I take each individual injury, starting from the outside to the inside, and group them separately.
Now, when you do your external exam, are you also noting any potential post-mortem changes that occurred?
Yes.
And what kinds of things are those?
That could be rigor mortis, or stiffening of the body's muscles after death. Lividity or lever mortis, which is pooling of the body's blood in response to gravity, as well as temperature, cooling of the body after death.
After the external exam, what happens next?
So then we perform an internal examination, which is a review of all of the body's cavities and organs, from the cranial vault to the chest, abdomen, and pelvis.
And you mentioned toxicology. Are there times when you take toxicology? Does that happen all the time? Just if you could tell us about that.
So we take toxicology samples in the vast majority of our autopsies. It's up in the 90%. Homicides, it's 100% if we're able to get a sample.
And how do you do that specifically? Where does that come from?
So generally, we take blood from the femoral vein externally through a venipuncture, but depending on the condition of the remains, we may have to seek other sources. So we start peripherally from the legs, from the arms, move more towards centrally. So blood from the heart, blood from the chest cavities. So it just depends on the nature of the case.
Are there times when a DNA sample is taken from a victim or a body?
So we prepare what are called blood spot cards on every case that comes in, autopsy and external, and we retain those.
Now, the procedure that you just told us about that you follow when you conduct your autopsies, were you able to follow that procedure in Jennifer's particular case?
So in Jennifer's case, a lot of the external examination was obscured, the normal external features, by the extensive charring of her body. So I was unable to see any residual hair, any eye color, any identifying scars or marks, fingernail length. There was extensive fire damage to the outside of her body. This made documenting the injuries during the external exam more difficult, because I didn't appreciate a lot of them until I did the internal examination, because that external appearance had been obscured by the fire damage.
Now, was there any clothing or personal items collected from Jennifer's body?
No, there were no, I don't know if she was unclad, but there were no clothing remnants that was received with her remains.
Were Jennifer's hands covered in white retention bags?
Yes, any suspected homicide or other suspicious cases, we cover hands and sometimes feet, depending on the case, with what we call white evidence retention bags. This just protects any potential trace evidence that is in the hands that might be disrupted during transport to our office.
Now, were any fingerprints or nail clippings able to be obtained from Jennifer?
So, again, due to the extensive thermal injuries, she both exhibited pugilistic posturing, which is the drawing of the arms up in response to the heat shortening of the flexor muscles. She also had heat fractures of the hands, so her hand bones were exposed and charred, and her fingerprints, the skin of the fingerprints was, or the fingertips was unable to be printed. It was too damaged.
The post-mortem changes that you discussed that you will look for during an external examination, such as lividity and rigor mortis, were you able to observe those in this particular case?
So yes, referring to my report on page number 2, this is on the autopsy report. So again, because of that pugilistic posturing, I can't assess the actual rigor mortis that's from the decomposition process because it's obscured by these heat changes. I was able to see very faint purple fixed lividity on the remaining intact skin of her torso. She had very little skin just on the back that was not damaged by the fire.
Now, I'd like to discuss the injuries that you noted in your report, starting with number 1, which is the thermal injuries. Now, you discussed your findings just now with regard to that, but I'd like to draw your attention to the part of your report under that section where it says there is no soot in the airways. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. How were you able to make that determination?
So when I remove the airways, including from the tongue intact with the trachea and the bronchi and the lungs, I open up the back of those airways and I look with my eye to see if there's any black soot-type material that might be deposited in the airway.
Did that mean anything to you, the fact that there was no soot in the airways in regards to this case?
So it's a soft finding that indicates the person may not have been breathing at the time of their death, but it's not conclusive. We submit additional testing to determine if that's the case.
So was there another test that was performed to determine whether or not there was smoke inhalation with regard to Jennifer?
Yes, as part of a comprehensive toxicology panel, a carbon monoxide test was ordered. So carbon monoxide binds to the protein in your blood called hemoglobin that carries oxygen from your lungs out to your tissues of your body. Carboxyhemoglobin binds to hemoglobin much tighter than oxygen itself, so you become unable to deliver oxygen to your tissues via your bloodstream. And the percentage that's given is the results given in a percentage. It's 8% in this case. That just means of 100 hemoglobin molecules, 8% of those had carbon monoxide as opposed to oxygen bound.
Doctor, I just want to ask you, was it not detected or was it 8% in Jennifer?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was not detected in this case. I'm thinking of Jesse.
And with regard to that finding, again, what, if anything, did that mean to you with regards to this particular case?
So to me, that means that Jennifer was not breathing at the time her body was burned. So that was what we call post-mortem thermal injuries. So she was not breathing, meaning not inhaling that carbon monoxide gas into her lungs.
I'd like to discuss number 2 with you, wound number 2, where it says gunshot wound to head. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, prior to your internal exam, and you may have said it, were x-rays taken in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to determine anything from those x-rays about the head area?
So I was able to see that there was something called radiopaque, meaning it appears dark on an x-ray, on the right side of her head. You can only kind of see the general area, you don't know exactly, and there did appear to be some skull fractures as well.
You indicated that photos were taken during the course of this examination. I'm going to show you, and let me just ask you, is that of both Jennifer and Jesse's autopsies? I'm going to show
Standard
you.
procedure for every case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S1H. I'm going to ask you, Doctor, if you could take a look at these photos. The
Jesse.
photos. I'm sorry, yeah, just vote all of them and let me know if you recognize those.
Yes, these are photographs of that were taken at the autopsy of Jennifer, as well as Jesse.
And are the two body diagrams also in these photos as well?
They are, yes.
Thank you. And do those photos fairly and accurately depict how Jennifer and Jesse's bodies looked in those pictures at the time when you performed their autopsies?
They do.
At this time, the state would seek permission to publish photos.
Okay. With that request, we're ready to move forward if you want to show pictures on the screen.
Doctor, what is this that we're looking at?
So this is a photograph of the screen in my old X-ray suite of an X-ray of Jennifer's head, neck, and upper shoulders.
Now, did you make any, you said it before, but did you make any notations or notice anything in this particular X-ray?
Yes, and it's important to note that left and right are flipped, so you can see the faint R up at the top. So in the right side of her head, there are several, again, what we call radio opaque objects. I don't know what these are until I remove them. I just know where they are so I can find them. And I also see evidence of skull fractures on the right side.
Would you be able, if you could, just circle both of those areas just so we can have an understanding of where they're located?
Okay, we'll print that as slide 33.1.
Thank you, Judge. Once this is printed, if we could have...
Dr. Toma, can you do me a favor? In the bottom right corner, there's an undo button. If you hold it down, or yeah, either way. Thank you.
We can have slide 37, please. Okay, Doctor, what are we looking at?
So this is a copy of the body diagram that I took my notes on for this case. You can see Jennifer's name at the top, that unique case number, which in her case is 13181299, as well as the autopsy date, my initials, and my tech's initials.
Now, is the injury that you just noted with regard to her head, is that notated on this diagram anywhere?
It is, yes.
And where is that?
So up at the top, should I circle it?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So, or I'll underline it. So I noted where I recovered that radio opaque object, which turned out to be ballistics material, from her head.
And if you could describe where specifically on her head that was located.
Sure. So this is page 3, about halfway down the page, under site of lodgement. So I'm going to use the anatomic word and then show on my body too. So the right parietal scalp, so that's the scalp that is near the top of the head. This is frontal, this is temporal, this is parietal. So that bullet and fragments were recovered from directly underneath that scalp, as well as the parietal bone. The bone has the same name as the scalp region that it's over.
Now, was there a trap associated with this injury?
Yes.
And what does that mean, I guess, first of all, trap?
Sure. So when we're documenting gunshot wounds, we document an entrance, we document an exit if there is one, or a site of lodgement if the bullet did not exit. We follow the pathway of the bullet from the entrance wound through the body, and that's called the track.
What, if anything, can you say about the course and direction?
So in this case, the skin that would have contained the entrance wound or would have shown the entrance wound externally was not present. It was burned away. So I was able to just see some fracturing on the base of the skull in the region of the right ear. So I was able to see that that was where the bullet had entered the cranial cavity, or it struck the cranial cavity. I could not see it on the skin because it was no longer there. It then went through, it was a tangential wound, so it didn't go in and pass through a bunch of structures in the brain. It was very at an angle, like this. So it was a very shallow wound path.
Now, you indicated that some ballistic fragments were recovered.
Yes.
If we could please have slide 5.
Can we have that one, Brandon? 37.1.
Doctor, this is slide 35. Can you tell us what this is?
So this is a fragment or a photograph of the deformed lead core that was the main projectile on that X-ray and that was recovered between the scalp on the right side of the head.
We could have slide 36, please. And how about this, doctor? What are we looking at?
So this is the copper jacketing, as well as the bone fragment here that was recovered within the brain itself. So some bullets have copper jacketing and a lead core on the inside. When bullets that have these characteristics strike bones, especially thick ones at a certain angle, I see this a lot where the core and the jacket become separated. So this is the largest fragment of the jacket that I recovered from within the brain itself. There were 2 other smaller fragments that were in the wound track.
What, if anything, was done with those 4 fragments that you mentioned?
So each one we collect, photograph, and place into a labeled envelope.
Can we preserve 36.1, please?
Doctor, I'd like to move on now to wound number 3 that you know. What is that?
So wound number 3, and that's at the bottom of page 3, is a stab wound of the left lower chest.
In your report under wound number 3, where it says the exact wound characteristics cannot be ascertained due to the absence of the overlying skin, do you see that? What does that mean?
So the wounds on the front of the body, the anterior torso, a lot of that skin was no longer absent due to the thermal effects, the fire effects burning the skin away. So the first surface that I encountered externally was actually some of the underlying musculature and underlying fat under your skin.
If I showed you your the diagram, the body diagram, would you be able to point out all of the subsequent bat wound and the subsequent stab wounds on that diagram?
Yes.
If we could please have slide 37 again. Okay, so this injury that you just referred to, can you point this out for us?
So it's A on the diagram and A in the report. Sorry.
Thank you, doctor. We can move on to number 4. What is that?
37.2.
So number 4 is the stab wound of the left lower abdomen.
And where is that located on this diagram?
That is B. There.
And what, if anything, did you note about this particular wound?
So this is similar to the above wound A, where I could not examine the external features due to the lack of overlying skin remaining.
Now, with regards to these wounds, did you make any notations about the direction of the wounds? And I guess we'll go back if we could. I should have asked you with regard to the first one that you discussed, so number 2. Actually, would be number 3 in your report.
Yes. So this wound enters the chest cavity on the left side and strikes the left lung, a portion of the left lung. This is from and when I state these directions in any type of injury, I'm simply talking about the body in this so-called anatomic position. So I'm looking at the external injury in comparison to the internal track and describing that relation to the standard body axes. This does not mean that anyone was in any particular position. So this went from the front of Jennifer's body towards the back. It went from the lateral or left side of the body towards the midline.
And with regard to number 4, the stab wound of the left lower abdomen that you marked, and that, just to be clear, does that correlate to B? It's hard to see. Does that correlate to B, Doctor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you just, again, describe the direction of that wound and any other observations that you made about it?
Sure. So this was a shallower wound compared to wound A. It did not enter the body cavity or the inside of the stomach area, what we call our stomach, but the inside of the abdomen, peritoneal cavity. So it did not go through it did go through the peritoneal wall, but it did not strike any of the abdominal organs.
Can you say anything about the depth of that wound?
It was up to an inch, but hard to say because I didn't have the overlying skin.
Now, with regard to wound number 5, what is that?
Wound number 5 is a stab wound of the right breast that I'm indicating here, marked with C on the diagram, as well as in the autopsy report itself, page 4, about halfway down.
And what was the estimated depth of penetration of that wound?
This one went much deeper. It was approximately 3 to 4 inches.
And can you tell us anything else that you noted about this wound in terms of its characteristics?
This wound was associated with injuries to both the middle and lower lobes of the right lung, and there was also, not sure if it'll let me write this. I can't read that, sorry. 900 milliliters of blood in the right chest cavity.
What, if anything, does that indicate to you, the 900 milliliters of blood in the chest cavity?
So all of these wounds, with the exception of B, clearly have hemorrhage associated with them, both in the wound track itself, as well as around defects in the left lung and the right lung, and bleeding into the body cavities, which leads me to conclude that she was alive and actively bleeding while being stabbed, or was stabbed and then could bleed, so to speak.
The direction of penetration of this wound was what?
This is wound 5, so this again is front to back and downward.
We could move on to wound number 6. What is that?
Wound number 6 is a stab wound of the left mid-back. That is here.
The record, we just know you're noting that.
I'm noting that. Sorry, this is not a very blunt instrument.
And what, if anything, did you note about this particular wound?
So this wound penetrated, went entirely through the posterior chest wall and entered the chest cavity. I was able to trace tracks in the lower lobe of the left lung. There was 600 milliliters in the left cavity, but because there were defects from both A and D, it could be from one or the other or both.
Can you say anything about the depth of the penetration of that wound?
Yes, this was another one of the deeper wounds with the estimated depth of penetration 3 to 4 inches.
We could move on to wound number 7 now. What is that?
Wound number 7 is a stab wound of the left lower back. It's here on the diagram. It's hard to see, but it's right there.
What, if anything, did you note about the characteristics of that wound?
So this wound, I was able to get a better look at. The skin was preserved. So I was able to give when we describe stab wounds, we describe the length of the wound on the surface of the skin with skin tension. So sometimes the wounds get pulled apart by the natural fibers in your skin. And without skin tension, so I cut around those and sever those fibers so I can get a truer appearance of how long the wound is on the skin surface. So this one was an inch long on the surface, both with and without tension.
Were you able to do that with regard to the other stab wounds?
I was able to do that with the stab wound D of the left mid-back. The other stab wounds on the front of the torso, A, B, and C, again, the overlying skin was no longer present, so I could not give an estimate of how it appeared on the skin.
I think I have slide 34, please.
Hold on, so let's print. Can you go back for a second? Can we print that as 37.3, please? Now we can move on, and we can just undo that.
Doctor, what are we looking at here?
So this is the skin of the lower back. This it's hard to tell because it's zoomed in. Usually the number indicates the feet. I'm not sure where this one is. I'm just making sure that if it's D or E. They're both oriented obliquely, and they both have similar external characteristics, meaning they have a length of 1/2 inch, so that's this length, as well as a little tail, so to speak. These kind of irregular wound edges can be produced if once the knife enters the body cavity, either the person holding the knife twists the knife, or if the person being stabbed with the knife turns away, or a combination of both. So you get those irregular wound edges as the knife changes orientation and is pulled out.
Thank you. I'm going to take this, just go to the whole screen.
We just have to print that. Can you go back just for 1 second? 34. 34.1. Now you can, yep, thank you.
Doctor, could you determine, as a result of your examination, whether at the time of her death she was suffering from any natural diseases?
No, I proceeded with the internal examination where I examined all of the organs for injuries and signs of natural disease, and she appeared in good health that I would expect from a 45-year-old.
Okay, so could you determine whether any natural causes contributed to her death?
No, there was no natural disease.
Now, based on your examination of Jennifer, and in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the cause or mechanism of her death?
So for the cause and manner?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I was.
Okay, what was the cause first?
So I'm going to talk about mechanism, which I don't normally do because it's not specific, but the mechanism in this case is blood loss. So that's the specific physiologic derangement that causes somebody's life functions to cease. So because you can have blood loss from a bunch of different factors, we don't leave that alone on a death certificate. But because the mechanism involves both types of injuries that cause blood loss, the gunshot wound to the head, as well as bleeding internally from those stab wounds, I combined them in my cause of death statement, and I listed it as gunshot wound of head and stab wounds of torso.
And on what did you base that conclusion?
So there was a significant amount of blood in both chest cavities, and so-called softer findings, such as organ pallor. So one of the reasons your skin and your organs appear certain colors that you have circulating blood. So if you're losing that blood volume, you can look very pale, as can your internal organs and your mucosal membranes.
Now, based on your examination of Jennifer, in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the manner of her death?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So the manner of death is just basically a shorthand way to explain how the cause of death came to be, so it's the circumstances. So since these injuries were inflicted by another person or persons, the manner of death is classified as homicide.
Okay, and then what did you base that conclusion?
In my opinion, she did not do this to herself, and it didn't happen accidentally, and it's not natural because it's injuries.
Thank you. Doctor, on November 21st of 2018, did you also perform an autopsy on Jesse Caneiro?
I did.
Did you document that examination in your report?
I did.
I'm going to show you and showing counsel what's been marked as S378. Do you recognize that?
So this is the report that I previously looked over and has those same components, the autopsy report, toxicology, investigative report, and additional body diagrams.
Now, what is the date of that report?
So the report was signed on February 1st, 2019.
And does it document the date and time that the autopsy of Jesse was performed?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on November 21st of 2018 at around 2 p.m.
And what was the age of Jesse?
So I was told that Jesse was 11 years old.
And did you take notes on a body diagram with respect to Jesse's autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And if I showed you that diagram, would that assist in explaining his injuries?
Yes, it would.
Now, we talked earlier about the protocol for performing an autopsy. Were you able to follow that protocol in Jesse's case?
Yes, I did the same basic steps.
During your examination of Jesse's body, did you note anything about his physical condition, including any clothing, height, weight, etc.?
So, starting at the top, I noted that he was only wearing light-colored briefs that were blood-stained and also very wet. He had no personal property that was on his body, but a blue earring was found within the body bag.
How about his weight?
He was 95 pounds.
What, if any, other observations did you make about Jesse during that external examination?
So he had some what we call skin slippage or loss of the overlying layers of the skin. These can be caused by decomposition where the bonds break down. But in this case, my opinion is that it's caused by exposure to heat, not obviously as direct exposure to as Jennifer's body was, but there was some heat near him. He's has some superficial blistering is another word for it, and there's also some brownish discoloration, not quite charring, but just some changes of the skin on the body.
What, if any, post-mortem changes did you note about Jesse's body?
So he had rigor that was able to be evaluated. It was moderately difficult to break. He had purple posterior lividity that was slightly blanching, and his body was cool, but both bodies had been refrigerated.
I don't know if you explained it, but just lividity, what is that?
It's cooling of the bodies, of the blood in response to gravity. So in whatever position you die in, your heart's no longer pumping, the blood is going to settle downward to gravitational forces. After a certain, or before a certain period of time, it's still located within the blood vessels themselves. So you can actually push on the body's surface and move, physically move with your hand, the blood out of those vessels. It's called blanching. After a certain period of time, those blood vessels themselves start to break down and the blood seeps into all of the other body layers, so the fat, and that's called fixed because it's not in a blood vessel anymore.
So in this case, did the lividity tell you anything at all about Jesse?
Honestly, we document these things because they're part of the standard protocol, but they're very rarely useful in practicality because there's just so many different variations and factors. It's unfortunately not like you see on TV.
Now, on page 2 of your report, do you begin to document Jesse's injuries, both external and internal?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm just referring your attention to the bottom of page 2. How do you generally describe the characteristics of those injuries?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, I think there's 3 different things there, beginning with stab wounds of the torso.
Understood, yes. So in all of my reports involving injuries, I give kind of a summary statements of what type of injuries you see and what general body regions you see them in. So in this case, there are stab wounds of the torso and left upper arm. The torso is just the trunk of the body. An atypical appearing wound of the right side of the chin. I can describe that later. I couldn't classify it into one particular injury category, as well as evidence of smoke inhalation.
You could please have slide 31 diagram. Doctor, what is this that we're looking at on the screen?
So this is a copy of the body diagram that I used during my external examination. You can see Jesse's name up at the top, his unique case number, which is 1300, as well as my initials, the date, and my tech's initials.
Are all of Jesse's wounds, or at least stab wounds, noted on this diagram, or these diagrams that we're looking at?
Yes.
Can you go over them on this diagram for us, just pointing them out, and then we'll go through each one?
Okay. So starting from the left side, there's wound A, there's wound B, and then further down on the left side is wound C. On the right side, the top of the shoulder is wound D. Then moving to the arm, there are 4 different wounds, but many of them are paired because the knife went through one side of the arm and came out the other side. So there's E and F on the bicep, and then there's H, I, J, and K that are on the top of the arm or around the axilla. And then there's also a wound near the left nipple, G.
We could have slide 28, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in general here?
This is a photograph of Jesse's body. You can see his case number up at the top. You can also see this purple discoloration here. That's lividity.
Of the wounds that we looked at on the body diagram just previously, which of those wounds, if you put in terms of how you characterize them by their letter, which of those wounds are we looking at on this picture?
So this is A. This is B. This is C. You cannot appreciate D. It's under
Where would that be?
It's under the black box. This is very roughly the top of the shoulder up there. And then let me look at my report to see if this is E or F, just because the arm is rotated. So this is F.
So in your report, under injury number 1, stab wound, back of left shoulder, do you see that on page 2?
I do.
Which injury does that correspond to on here? What letter?
So this is letter A.
Can you describe for us what you noted about that injury?
Yes, so it's slightly obliquely oriented or at an angle. There's no discernible blunt edge. And these are standard descriptions that we give of these external wound characteristics. The measurement on the skin was 1/2 inch long with the tension, 3/8 of an inch without the tension.
Now, after penetrating the skin, which direction did the knife proceed through?
So this went through the shoulder blade in towards the front of the shoulder and soft tissue of the left shoulder area.
And the estimated depth of the penetration is what?
So this went approximately 3 to 4 inches through the body. It did not enter the chest cavity. It was straight through, kind of towards the axle, if you will.
I'm going to refer you to injury number 2 in your report. What does that say?
So this is stab wound of the left upper back.
And Can we see that in this photo?
Yes, it's lettered B, both on the photo and in the report.
Can you describe anything that you noted about this injury?
This injury does have some bruising around it, or some hemorrhage of the blood that's entered the soft tissue.
And how is it oriented?
So it's slightly obliquely oriented, but the other direction. It is a 1/2 inch long on the skin surface with tension and 3/8 of an inch without tension.
Can you say anything about the direction of penetration and or the estimated depth?
Yes, so unlike in my report, which has a typo, it's actually back to front. The knife goes through the skin surface and struck a spinous process of the vertebral column. These are projections of bone that stick off the back of your vertebra so that muscles can attach to them. So because the knife struck the bone, it only went approximately a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch deep.
We can move on to wound number 3 in your report. What is that?
So wound number 3 is the C, the back of the left shoulder.
What, if anything, did you note about this wound?
This is a very similar appearance. It's obliquely oriented. It measures 3/4 of an inch long on the surface of the skin and 3/8 of an inch without tension.
After penetrating the skin, can you explain the direction that the knife proceeded?
Yes, it went through the soft tissue of the back and through the back of the chest cavity. It entered the chest, but there are no injuries that I saw to internal organs in the left side of the chest.
I'd like to move on to injury number 4. What is that?
That's D. That's the one that is obscured by this black box.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note about that injury?
So this injury has a different appearance. It's 1.5 inches long with tension and 1.25 inches long without tension. The wound edges are slightly irregular, leading me to think there's more of that pulling of the knife and or twisting of the body while this injury is happening.
And is that different from the other injuries that you just described?
The appearance is different, yes.
We can go back to this page. Oh, we have to, I'm sorry. If we can capture this, please.
That's 28.1.
Doctor, if we could move on to injury number 5 now in your report. What is that?
So this is a stab wound of the left upper arm and chest. And I should point out these next 3 wounds are all closely approximated on the body. So they're all involving the left shoulder or upper arm and involve a trajectory or a track that enters the axilla or armpit, as well as the chest, both in the axilla and then on the chest itself. So meaning to me that his arm was held in a position where it's against his chest, because I can follow 3 separate wound tracks in that direction.
So are you saying that the wound would have gone through the arm and come out the other side?
Several do, and then are associated with almost a re-entry stab wound on the torso. So went completely through the arm, and then the knife went straight into the torso.
Understood. Now, Doctor, the slide that we just looked at, were you able to see those wounds on that picture?
I could see wound F, which is the inside of the upper arm. The arm is very tricky because I'm observing someone in this position, but obviously they can move their arm all around, and it can be difficult to measure as well as document the inside of the wounds. So I have a lot of pictures of different orientations so I can see which wounds match up to which wounds.
Now, Doctor, of the pictures that you and I looked at, is there another picture that depicts those wounds that you just referred to?
Yes, I believe there's at least one picture that gets a large, most of the groupings of the wounds.
If we could please have slide 29. Doctor, what are we looking at?
Okay, so this is the left upper arm. So we are not seeing that wound on the back of the arm, that's lower down. This is just the very top of the shoulder and upper arm. And these wounds actually all connect. So this is sure I have the right one here. That's each. Yeah. This is wound 4.
So the line that you have, the purple line with the arrow, is the outermost one? I'll let you say it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It's hard just with the one photograph and not seeing the zoomed out picture to orient.
So you have I, K, and J.
Yes.
Now is that the order? Is that the order of the wound, sort of, in terms of
Yes.
entry?
So the knife entered the outside of the upper arm, went through the front of the upper arm, so in front of the, just make sure. It didn't hit the humerus. It went through the muscles of the upper arm, exited out the inside of the upper arm, and I'm retracting the arm out so you can see that this wound J represents a wound back into the axilla. So in reality, this picture is taken like this so you can appreciate all the wounds, but the wound path is actually like this.
Doctor, in your report, do you make certain notations about each of these wounds in your report?
I don't understand the question.
I'll refer you. So, wound number 5 in your report.
Yes.
What is that wound refer to on this picture?
So wound number 5 is not visible. That would be down here, and F would be down here. So that's a lower down stab wound that is not visible in this one photo, where the knife went completely through the muscles of the back of the arm and exited out the front. After that, when you line all of these wound tracks back up, it lines perfectly with the stab wound in the left chest.
Doctor, if we can move on, and I want to get to that, but to wound number 6, what is that, and do we see it on here?
Wound number 6 is right here. This is H. This is the stab wound of the left upper arm. It's quite close to the top of the shoulder. This is one of the more atypical appearing, or not atypical, but one of the larger wounds on the skin surface. It measures 2 inches long with that tension and 2 1/4 inches without the tension. And this is another wound that it's difficult to appreciate on this photo, the exact pathway, because that knife actually goes in the arm and just travels through the musculature of your axilla and your upper arm. So it looks like it's connected to some of these, but it's actually just the knife goes in, doesn't come back out.
And then wound number 7, do we see that on this photo?
Yes, this is this complex of wounds that I highlighted here.
The I, K, J?
So IKJ, yes.
Can go back to the diagram.
Hold on, I don't do that yet. Slide 29.1, please. All right, doctor, we could clear that, please.
Doctor, on this diagram, the third one down, facing the photo to the right, where it says G.
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that? Because I don't think we saw that one.
No, that's not represented in any of the pictures we have. This is associated with these wounds here, E and F. So that's also under, that is supposed to be a Roman numeral V. So this is the knife going through the upper arm into the chest wall. And after this went through the chest wall on the left, It entered the chest cavity but did not cause any internal injuries other than some bleeding into the chest.
Thank you, doctor. And then, was there another wound that you know in particular? I'm looking at wound 8.
Yes.
Is that on this diagram?
It is not on this diagram.
Okay. Is it in one of the pictures that we looked at?
Yes.
If we could please.
Can we print 31.1, please? So E, F, and G are all part of this, a single wound.
Yes.
So you can raise that when you get a chance, doctor, and then we'll look at the next. Okay, if you have slide 30. Doctor, what are we looking at in this slide?
So this is this wound 8, wound of right shin. So the feet are towards this way. This is the mouth is up here. Okay, the head would be towards the top of the screen. And this wound is very shallow. It does have some features that I would lump in the gunshot wound category. So it's got a central punched out defect. Did I say gunshot wound, entrance wound category. And then this, so this is the hole, and then this is what we call a margin of abrasion, meaning that the bullet struck the skin at an acute angle and scraped the skin off. But because this is such a shallow wound and there's no track in the body, I was not comfortable classifying it definitively as a gunshot wound, but with this appearance of the outside, and there's a depressed fracture of the underlying mandible of the jaw, I think this is very reasonable to believe that this is some type of what we call atypical gunshot wound.
Doctor, can you just orient us on yourself? Whereabout is that wound?
So it's about here.
Thank you.
For the record, the doctor pointed to the right side, just below her lips, down towards the bottom part of her jawbone.
We could preserve this.
Slide 30.1.
We can go back. Doctor, did any of the stab wounds that you described or the wound to the chin hit any major organs that would cause immediate blood loss?
Not immediate or not immediate fatal blood loss, or fatal organ injury, I should say.
Now, after you note these particular injuries, your report goes on to discuss the internal examination. I'd like to draw your attention to page 5 where it says neck. Do you see that?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about this area?
So as I did in Jennifer's case, I removed the entire respiratory system in block, tongue, trachea, bronchi, lungs, and opened that up so I can see if there's any soot deposited anywhere in the breathing pathways. So this had a small amount of dark colored material that was a little bit further up towards the, near the vocal cords, so towards the top.
Did that mean anything to you?
Again, this is a soft sign that somebody was alive at the time of a fire, bringing in that particles, those dark particles, that soot.
Doctor, your report goes on to discuss your examination of the respiratory system. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you note about that, or did you note?
So further down where the trachea splits into the main stem bronchi, going to the right and left lung, there was some similar appearing dark material there.
Now, what, if any, testing was conducted with respect to smoke inhalation?
So in addition to a comprehensive toxicology panel, I requested a carbon monoxide exposure screen, as I did in Jennifer.
And what were the results of that?
So this is the result of that 8% carboxyhemoglobin. So 8 of the 100 hemoglobin molecules had carbon monoxide bound to them.
And just what does that mean, if you could explain that to us?
So when we have fire deaths, we always send for carbon monoxide. We want to make sure that it is elevated enough to explain the death. Obviously, if we have a death that's billed as a fire death and the concentration is 0, that's concerning that something else happened and the fire was set to obscure that. Lower concentrations can be fatal in people that have significant underlying disease, such as in elderly people with heart disease. It can be difficult to interpret at the lower levels because normal individuals can have anywhere from 2 to 3.5%, depending on which textbook you read, that is just breathing in our environment. People who are smokers, I've seen reported anywhere from up to 5 to 8%. But so his 8% is in that range, but because I don't have the history that Jesse was a smoker, I believe this is all from inhalation of that carbon monoxide during a fire.
Now, could you determine at the time of Jesse's death whether he was suffering from any natural diseases?
So after I examined all of the organs and all of the organ cavities, he appeared to be a standard 11-year-old in good health.
Can you determine whether any natural causes contributed to Jesse's death?
There was no natural disease present to contribute to his death.
Now, based on your examination of Jesse Caneiro, and in light of your education, your training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
So in this case, I gave it a cause of death and a contributing cause of death. So similar to Jennifer, his mechanism is blood loss and the inability to deliver oxygen to his organs, but he had while hers was just blood loss, he has the addition of having that carbon monoxide that is going to limit his oxygen carrying capacity. So I listed the stab wounds of the torso and left upper extremity as the cause of death or the main cause of death, but then the contributing cause of death is smoke inhalation.
And what did you base these conclusions on?
My years of training experience, the autopsy I performed on him, as well as the many other autopsies I performed on both homicide victims and fire victims.
And based on your examination of Jesse and in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the manner of his death?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So similarly, these injuries were not self-inflicted or accidental in nature. They're not natural, so homicide. They were inflicted by somebody else or some other set of persons.
And what did you base that conclusion on?
Just the appearance of the wounds, the location of the wounds in the back of the shoulder.
Thank you, Doctor. You have a report up there. I have nothing further, Judge.
Ross? No question. Okay. Doctor, you can step down. Thank you. State can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Alex Zen.
You okay? Come right around, Doctor, if you don't mind. Just watch your step as you're going up to the witness stand for me.
Thank you.
Sir, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
Okay. You can sit down and be comfortable. Once you're comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Alex Zen. Last name is Z-H-A-N-G.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Zhang, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us where you currently work?
For the Chief Medical Examiner Office of New Jersey.
Okay, and what is your current title?
I'm acting Chief Medical Examiner.
Okay, for the entire state?
Yes, indeed.
Can you tell us what your current responsibilities are as the acting chief medical examiner?
As Chief State Medical Examiners, I set up policy and also evaluated the doctors and the office to see them follow the policy of like a Medical Examiner Act.
Okay. Now, I want to just approach real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 379 for identification. Doctor, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's my CV.
Okay. Does that document your education, your training, and all your experience?
Yes, indeed.
Now, can I just ask you, as a starting point, to tell us about your educational background?
I graduated from medical school in 1986, almost 40 years ago. I did 3 years pediatric pathology in the largest children's hospital in Beijing. After that, I did like 6 years is like a research fellow, is a American Heart Association fellow in New York Medical College. I did a 4-year resident training, graduated from Thomas Jefferson University, which is located in Philadelphia, not far from here. After that, I did a 1-year forensic fellow training in Nashville, Tennessee.
That forensic fellow training, was that in a specific discipline of medicine?
In the forensic science.
Okay, Doctor, when we talk about the fact that you're a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
What is your particular specialty?
I was trained in the field anatomic pathology and also in the field clinical pathology, and also I was in this specific topic is forensic pathology. By the way, I'm board certified physician in that 3 fields.
Okay, so anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology?
Correct.
Can you just first tell us what pathology is generally and then what forensic pathology is?
Yes, it's a pathology, generally speaking. They make diagnosis, why the person have disease. And in this specific subject will be why the person died. Forensic pathology is a combine the medicine and the law together. And more specifically, in the capacity of forensic pathology in state New Jersey, they also make a determination the manner of death. In state of New Jersey, the regular physician only can certify the case which they died natural conditions. If the person died unnatural conditions, we have to rely in the state New Jersey is a forensic pathology.
Can you just walk us through your experience, your work experience as a doctor doing forensic pathology? The doctors are doing forensic, certainly you first have basic knowledge regarding medicine. And when we did in forensic pathology in the state New Jersey, I cannot just purely rely on the autopsy. We have to know what's happening to the body. In the state of New Jersey, each medical examiner office, they have a group of people called the investigator. They will went to the scene or get information from the police. So the first things I have to know what's happening to the case. And if need necessary before the autopsy, for example, it's a gunshot related case, we'll do the body X-ray to
to identify any bullet. So in general speaking, we talk about first know what's happening, and second do whatever study they need to do before the autopsy. Then third step, I want to make sure. Then the third step we can see the autopsy. But for the first step autopsy, I want to check. Now the body is evidence. So I want to see integrity of the bodies. The bag is, we have like a seal numbers around the bag. We make sure that seal number is intact. If a seal number is not intact, that means potential body was contaminated or damaged. The evidence can be potential damage.
I want to walk you back a step or two. Can you tell us when you first started your career as a medical examiner and where?
Yeah, I started medical examiners in Phoenix, Arizona.
And approximately how long did you work there?
It's almost 3 years.
Okay. Was there a point in time thereafter that you moved to the state of New Jersey?
Yes, indeed. After that, I did, it's almost 3 years in the Northern Regional Medical Examiner Office, which is located in Newark. They dealing the 4 counties in that specific office. Most, especially serve the county of Essex, Hudson County, Passaic County. They have high concentration homicide case. And certainly in the Phoenix, they have a much high volume of homicide case in that specific county. It's a high volume.
After your time at the Northern Region Medical Examiner's Office, where'd you go then?
I went to Middlesex County Medical Examiner's Office. Initially, when I went to that office only concentrate on the county of the Middlesex County. Then later on, they become a regional office. I was still there, but become regional office. They cover not only Middlesex County, and then they have like also for Monmouth County. Then later on, they get the county from the Trenton sites.
Okay. So Monmouth, Middlesex, and Mercer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, Doc, based upon your experience as a forensic pathologist and as a medical examiner, excuse me, is there a way that you could approximate the number of autopsies that you performed?
Around 5,000.
Okay. Now, during the course of those 5,000 autopsies, approximate, was the point of that to come up with or determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And as a result of those approximately 5,000 autopsies, were you ever asked to testify in a court of law regarding conclusions that you made?
Yes, indeed.
And have you ever qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, indeed.
Approximately how many times?
It's 250 to 300 in that capacities.
Have you qualified as a forensic pathologist, an expert in forensic pathology in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, indeed.
Have most of those qualifications been in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, and also some in the federal court in the Arizona and here, and some cases I was in the Phoenix area.
I just lastly wanted to ask you briefly, you talked about some training that you received in Beijing, China, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what was that specific training that you did there?
That is like after finishing medical school, I was in Beijing Children's Hospital. Again, that is in back up like 35 years ago, or 36 or 7, like 40 years ago. That time the hospital around 5,000 to 6,000 outpatient, and my personally did a baby autopsy each year, around 250 cases.
You said baby autopsies?
Yeah, children autopsies. I'm sorry.
No problem. Now, Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Dr. Zhang as an expert in the field of forensic pathology and determination of cause and manner of death.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard me give this charge about an hour and a half ago. Does everybody remember that charge? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to give that to you again, considering I just gave it to you this morning. Dr. Zhang will be qualified as an expert in forensic pathology and determination of cause and manner of death. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Dr. Zhang, obviously you're here to testify about a certain case, correct?
Yes.
And obviously that involves the death of 4 individuals. Did you perform any of these autopsies?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And how many autopsies did you perform in this case?
I did 2 cases.
Okay. And Dr. Toma did the other 2?
Yes, indeed.
Now, just to be clear, at that time, were you and Dr. Toma working in the same office?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to first talk about the autopsy of Keith Caneiro. So I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S380 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your report, and also some notes, some toxicology results, and a body diagram?
Correct.
I just want to show you also what's been marked as S1H. I think we've discussed that some photographs were taken during the course of the autopsies of Jesse and Sophia Cano. Is that accurate? Can you just look and tell me if you recognize all of these photographs that are contained in here?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the autopsy of Keith Caneiro, can you just walk me through how the initial steps of the autopsy, from the beginning, starting with X-ray and external examination?
Yes, I previously already talked the
Yeah.
initial state. Now we talked specifically regarding autopsy. So when we make sure the seals are intact, we open the body bag. Normally, we'll take pictures, just show the condition which received, and also collect evidence which relevant to each specific case. After that, we'll take off the clothes, then clean the bodies to identify any injuries, any natural disease. After that is we'll do called internal examination. Basically, we open the head, chest, abdomen. If necessary, we also do the dissection in certain parts, if necessary. So after the autopsy, we'll send histology, toxicology, which is related to the case, to the further studies. In certain case, we can reach immediately the causal death and the manner of death, and certain case will pending the first studies until get the whole information back. Then we call the cause of death and manner of death.
Now, Doctor, you have S380 in front of you. I'm going to direct your attention to page 2. And I'm just going to ask you whether or not, during the beginning parts of the examination, you noted the general physical condition, height, and weight of Keith Caneiro.
Yeah, he's 67 inches tall, 201 pounds. The weight, appearance around 50 years old.
Okay. Now, did you also, I think you talked about clothing. Did you take note of the clothing that Mr. Caneiro had come to the medical examiner's office in?
Yes, indeed.
Could you talk about those items?
One is a black winter jacket with hoodies. There is a large amount of blood inside the hoodies, and also multiple gunshot-related holes around the hoodie area, and also there's a black sweat pants with the blood fluid on the back of left pants without any gunshot holes. And also there's one blue underwear. On the blue underwear, on the upper top of the underwear, there's a defect, which later on identified, which correlated gunshot wound at the lower back and upper buttock area. In that one, I didn't identify any muzzle imprint and gunpowder around that defect. Another one is a blue shirt, which transferred blood from the top of the t-shirt. And one is a pair of black socks without any blood stains, and one pair of black and white Nike brand shoes. It's possible is faint blood stain on the bottom of right shoe.
Now, you talked about the black hooded jacket that Mr. Caneiro was wearing at the time that you received him, correct?
Yes, indeed.
I just want to very quickly show you what's been marked as S-299 for identification. See the markings on the back of that? S-299.
Yes.
Do you recognize this jacket?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And did you take note, as you just talked about, of any defects in a certain area within this jacket?
Yes, indeed.
And where was that generally?
Yeah, just the holes on the back of the hoodie area. Also, you are noticed in the right edge of that hoodie, there is a large defect.
Okay. Can I have the back table, please? Can I have slide 10, please? Doc, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, indeed.
And what does that photo show?
As I mentioned before I start autopsy, the first thing I want to know what's happening. And this case, I was doing other autopsy during the daytime. I didn't went to the scene. But
Sorry, Doc, I just took it down briefly while you were talking.
the investigators went to the scene. So they took photos, reflect what's happening at the crime scene. So we can see, the person lying face down on the grass level. Also investigating report not far from the garage. It was found face down with gunshot wounds.
Okay. Now, Doc, just briefly, can I have slide 11? What are we looking at here specifically?
On the scene photo, actually, you can see that this green is grass. On the hoodie, the right side hoodies, you see a relatively large defect. And if
Sorry, I don't want to leave it up too long. I know you're...
okay.
So, I also want to show you, because you talked about a defect in the underwear, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I have slide 5, please? You recognize that photograph, Doc?
Yes, indeed.
And what are we looking at there?
Look at the underwear put on the table. We from look at on the back of the underwear. There is show the blood stain. More concentrate on the upper portion. There is a small defect.
Now, Doc, when we talk about defects, like the one on slide 5 in the underwear and the one that we just saw on the hood of the jacket, as part of your autopsy process, do you try to line up defects in clothing with injuries on a body?
Correct.
Okay. Were you ultimately, I'm not going to ask you what that is yet, but were you able to do that at times during the autopsy?
Yes. In this, sometime I'm not 100% sure, but this case, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the process you talked about, and I know you kind of described how you go about doing autopsies, but in this case in particular with respect to Mr. Keith Caneiro, were x-rays taken?
Yes.
Okay, and can I just, can I have slide 4? Before I ask you what that shows, can you just tell us, like, kind of when these are taken and what the purpose of them is?
This is X-ray. We took the X-rays from front to back. Before autopsy, yes, you can see multiple skull fractures on the in the head. With you see like 3 pieces, high density object inside. That is due to the fragment of the bullet.
Now, when we talk about an external examination that you conducted upon Keith Caneiro, do you kind of give a summary of that on page 2 of S380, your report?
Summary, the which page?
External examination, page 2. Doc, do you see where I'm referring to?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so the bottom of page 2, is there an area that says external examination?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and part of that would include what you talked about with respect to Keith Caneiro's height and weight as well as his age, correct?
Correct.
And do you make any other observations about his hair, about anything that was found upon his face, or any other injuries at that point externally?
There was a multiple gunshot wound around the head and face, and the face is covered with blood.
Okay. Now, in that photograph, the slide we looked at before, I believe it was slide 11, you saw grass, correct?
Yes.
And did you also see leaves?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see any evidence of that or any remnants of the ground upon Mr. Caneiro's face?
Yes. Actually, there's a dirt inside of on the surface until tongue, and the tea leaf on the left upper lip.
Is it a tree leaf?
The tree leaf, yeah.
Now, as we move on with your examination, do you note in your report, and did you note it at the time of the autopsy, approximately how many gunshot wounds were observed upon Mr. Caneiro?
There are multiple gunshot wounds, but 2 of them I consider 2 actual gunshot. I think it's a re-entrance wound, and one is 100% sure is a re-entrance wound. Another wound can be another shot. So my interpretation, so there are 5 gunshot wounds.
Okay. When you classify 5 gunshot wounds, does that include certain ones where there's entry, exit, and possible re-entry?
Correct.
Okay. So just to make that clear, I want to specifically refer you to the first gunshot that you classified, or the first area of gunshot that you classified in your report at page 3. Do you see that?
Page 3. Yes.
Okay, so you see that. Doc, when you talk about the fact that you numbered them 1 through 5 in your report, you did that, right?
Correct.
Now, do those numbers, do they relate, or are you making any opinions as to the chronology of those gunshots or the sequence of them?
No.
Okay. Is 1 through 5 for ease of explanation, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that first gunshot wound, could you tell us, can you tell us where it is and the actual wound track and that sort of thing?
Yes, this gunshot wound is in the left lower back on the junction with the left upper buttock, close on the left side, close to the vertebral bodies. There's entrance wound, and there's also on this wound I didn't see certain compounds or muscle imprints around the wound, and on the right abdomen I see the exit wound. So the gunshot, through the and another thing that I want to mention to you guys, when I mentioned the direction the bullet travel, is based on the body is in anatomic position. I'm going to identify what is anatomic position. It's basically you stand still, you face forward, you palm forward, you both feet forward, called the standard anatomic position. Whatever I mentioned direction is based on that, not based on real when the body was shot. The body can move around. The direction also can be changed in certain degree. So, thank you. You want to me?
I'm sorry, Doc. So you talked about the gunshot wound number 1, correct?
Yes.
Where does it enter the body?
It's on the left lower back. Is like a left upper buttock sides.
Okay. And Doc, once that bullet enters the lower back area, where does it go?
You see on the left lower buttock area. So the immediately fractured called the sacrum bone is the middle bone on the pelvic area. The fracture that sacrum bone, then before in front of the sacrum bone is rectum. They perforated the bone, then perforate the rectum, then they perforate the urinary bladder, and the travel from back to the front, left, right, and also had a little bit the upper version. So you see, after perforate the urinary bladder, then they perforate a different part of small intestine multiple times, then exit from right abdomen.
Okay. So it comes in the back and ultimately travels to the body, Doc, causing the injuries you described. Then it comes out of the abdomen, correct?
Correct.
Once it comes out of the abdomen, where does it go?
The exit wound kind of slid exit wound. So when they come out exit wound, I identify I classify the re-entrance wound. They have a similar shape, slit exit wound on the palm, just beneath the thumb. Then exit on the back of the right hands.
Okay. Can I just briefly have slide 6? Doc, do you recognize that?
It's
Doctor, you have you have it in front of you too, if that helps.
It's an entrance wound.
Okay. Is that the entrance room on the rear of the lower back of Mr. Caneiro?
Yes, indeed.
Now, can I have slide 7, please? Do you recognize what that shows?
This is the exit wound I mentioned in here. In here in the abdomen.
Okay.
And also I showed the re-entrance wound on the palm surface. So I consider when they come out from here, the hands happen to be in front the bodies. They re-entrance from palm surface, then exit from the back of right hands.
Your Honor, can we preserve that as 7.1? Thank you.
Sure.
And Doctor, on the bottom of the screen, once that you hear that printing, you can hit undo. Then can I have slide 8, please? Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that show?
Again, show this wound is come out and also show the show the exit wound on the back of right on the back of the hands.
So, Doctor, despite seeing marks of injury on the lower back, the right abdomen, the inside of the hand, and the outside of the hand,
Yeah.
Is it your expert opinion that this is one gunshot?
Yes, indeed. But certainly, if this case, this specific the gunshot is my opinion, but can be. I'm not 100% sure. There's no addition one shot through the hands.
Now, also on page 3 of your report, you talk about gunshot number 2, and that is in a different area, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what that second gunshot
The second gunshot wound is basically I use my body to demonstrate. Is the gunshot wound on the right lateral neck. The exit from the right medial neck and the re-entrance wound from the right lateral face and exit from the right cheek area.
Can I briefly have slide 13? Doc, does that photo assist with the identification of
Yes,
entry
indeed.
and exit?
Yes, indeed.
Can you see the entry and exit wounds on that photograph
Yes.
for gunshot 2?
Yeah.
You marked them with the...
Yeah, indeed. So we now look at the face from the right side. Look at the face. You can see entrance wound on the right neck. They exit from the right lateral medial side neck. Re-entrance in here. Then the bullet travel to here. So the bullet exit from the right cheek area.
Can we preserve that, please? 13.1.
13.1.
Now, I have slide 18. Now, Doctor, do you recognize what slide 18 shows?
It's yes, indeed.
What is it?
It's the body diagram which during the autopsy identify where's the injury, the location, the measurements.
Is that something that was created by you, all that writing?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that second gunshot, can you just identify via the diagram potentially where you noted the wounds associated with gunshot 2?
Yes.
And there's a pen there, Doctor. If you...
I'm sorry, my hands shake. I mean, that like entry down there is shot from there. The shot from right. Yeah.
Just put a number 2 under there somewhere.
Doctor, can you put the line
Oh,
back?
I'm
'Cause
sorry.
We're going to preserve that.
I'm sorry, I can
That's okay.
put there. Number 2 is in here. Gunshot 2. The entrance wound, I use arrow on the right lateral neck. Then direction is from here. Sorry. Can't reach. It's not very sensitive, but anyway, I'm not going to line the line, just confused. You see from the right lateral neck, the exit in the right cheekbone area.
18.1s.
Thank you, Jim. Now, I want to move on to page 4 of your report. You talk about the third gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain where, can you undo that? Just hit that little undo button. That third gunshot wound, can you tell us where that was located?
Is this on the right lateral face? I use the dots. Yeah, I use my fingers. Now I pinpoint my lateral face. There's a entrance wound on the right lateral face.
Doc, can we just preserve that, sir?
18.2.
I'm going to ask for slide 13 again. Doc, does that photograph assist in the identification of that?
Thank you. Yes. You can see on the right lateral face, slightly below the right ear. On the face, you can see there's a relatively large irregular abrasions on that wound. It's just upper, is in here. I'm sorry. Now I come. That is number 3 entrance wound.
Okay, and we can preserve that. Where does that wound,
Slide 13.2.
Doctor, where does that wound ultimately exit, the third one?
So this wound is travel from right to the left, and also this wound also from the slightly upper angles and exit from the left side of the face.
Can I have slide 15, please? Doc, you could just hit undo on this one. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
This is, I just mentioned, the shot on the cheek, lower cheek area, the travel from right to left and from bottom to right side. We can see there is a irregular axis wound we call short axis wound. They are located on the left side face, just from the left lower ear. The reason called short spelling is H-O-R-E-D. The short means is the bullet when they perforate the body, when they exit, they tend to be push the skin out. So normally a typical axis wound, you can see the holes or lacerations. On the surface, you won't see any abrasions. But in this case, they have like abrasions around this axis wound. They can kind of mimic entrance wound. So what's happening is anything is blocked, the bullet come out the skin. The skin surface will be against that object that created abrasions. So this is called short axis wound.
Doc, you can take that down. Now, Doc, with respect to that third gunshot wound, the one that went in the right side of the face with the short exit wound to the left side of the face, did you evaluate that in conjunction with...
Slide 15.1.
We went too fast.
Oh, we need to go back, sorry.
Go back to
We
15
didn't get it
first.
fast enough.
Sorry. Doc, could you just circle that wound again? And we'll
You can print that 15.1.
Okay.
Once you hear the printer, then you can hit undo.
I can do it, right?
Yes, you can, doctor.
Doctor, I was saying, did you evaluate that third gunshot injury, the one to the right side of the face, in conjunction with the black hooded sweatshirt or jacket that you described earlier, you saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive any information from the New Jersey State Police Trace Evidence Unit which helped you in making that conclusion?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and ultimately, what was the determination that you made with respect to gunshot injury 3?
After received that information, I combined the scene investigation. Do you see when the body was lying on the ground with the larger holes on the right lateral hoodie area? And later on, that hoodies, when they sent to the police did a gunshot residue studies. Based on police report, that the large hole is, which later on I associated with the gunshot wound on the right lateral face. Based on the police study, they consider they have residues down. They consider either contact with the hoodies or or near contact with hoodies when the fire shot. Then I reviewed my autopsy. You remember I just showed that wound. They have regular large abrasions around the entrance wound compared with the others. I consider that irregular abrasion may be associated is muzzle imprints. When the gun against your face, you can create irregular abrasions. And also you remember I just showed the short exit, and during autopsy I see the leaves on the upper lip, the dirt on the tongue, and the body was face on the ground. And also I have information. There's initial information. There is a bullet identified on the ground just beneath the head area. So based on all those features, later on I issue an addendum report. I consider this person already lying on the ground. The fire shot is against or close to the right side face, then push body downward. So the face, left side face against the ground, and create abrasions. And when your face move forward to the ground, you create a compressed area on your left side face, and the dirt push you the contact with the tongue. The leaves had contact with the upper lip. So I consider when this shot fire is the person already lying ground, either dying or already dead. That shot, it's dying. Since I see abrasion, that means the person now dead. When you fire shot, you can see red abrasions.
Doctor, you referenced an addendum report, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Can I just for purposes of the record, can I just show you what's been marked as S381?
Yes.
Is that the addendum report that you discussed?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I ask you about that fourth gunshot wound that you document in your autopsy report?
Before we do that, we're going to just stop for now for the lunch break. Sheriff's Officer, if you don't mind, if we could just move that box. We spent a long morning. I'm going to give you guys a break now for lunch. We'll come back at 1:35, so you get a full more than an hour for lunch, and then we'll continue back on. Remember, don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. All right. Anybody need Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 1902-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Massacre on behalf of Mr. Caneiro.
Who's present?
Okay, and good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we're ready to continue with the direct examination. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, where we left off, I think we were beginning to discuss the fourth wound that you noted in S380, which is your report. You still have that up?
Yes, indeed.
Now, the fourth wound that's noted on page 4 of your report, can you tell us what you documented in that regard?
There is a gunshot wound on the right lateral back of the head. The entrance wound.
Okay.
And the exit wound is on the left side, frontal and the temple area.
Okay. Can I just have the back table, please? I'm going to go to S1H again. And can I have slide 14, please? Now, gunshot wound 4 that you describe in your report, can you tell us where that is?
Yes. Now we look at the body lying on the autopsy table. You notice there is one entrance wound just above right side ear. It's considered number 4 gunshot wound entrance side.
Can we preserve that, please?
14.1.
Then can we go to slide 16, please? And do you see anything on 16 with respect to the exit of that injury?
Yes.
Okay, where is that?
It's on the left, I just mentioned, the frontal and the temple area. Above the left side ear, there is a exit wound.
Can we preserve that 16.1?
Then you can I have slide 15? Is that a closer shot of that wound?
Yes, it's a close shot for entrance wound of gunshot wound 4.
Now, with respect to, I think when you described in your report on 4, you mentioned that there was a partial exit wound. Is that accurate?
In this wound, yes, it's a partial exit wound. Yes.
Okay.
There's a.
What does that mean?
Basically, we mentioned perforating gunshot wound is through and through the entrance wound, exit wound. This wound, they created exit wound, maybe a partially bullet exit from exit wound, but majority and small, still I don't know majority, still 3 fragments of the bullet, including 1 jacket. 2 core of the bullet identified inside of skull and the head area.
Now, Doc, is it fair to say that that projectile perforated the scalp initially upon entry?
There's the pieces exit from exit wound.
Okay. Now, talking about the entry, does the projectile perforate the scalp, fracture the right inferior parietal bone?
Correct.
Okay. And then does it go through the right parietal lobe?
Yes, indeed.
To the left parietal lobe?
To the left side, yes.
And during the course of that, did it fracture the junction of the left parietal bone with the left frontal bone area?
Correct.
And then we have that partial exit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and ultimately, as a result of that partial exit of the projectile or the portions thereof, did you recover portions of that bullet?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember I recovered 3 pieces.
Okay. Can I have slide 17, please? You recognize that?
Yes. You can see on the top is the yellow color. It's a jacket of bullet. There's a metal color or lead color is the core of the bullet. Certainly you can see the fragment of the bullet severely deformed.
Okay. Now, Doctor, ultimately, as a result of the recovery recovery of those 3 portions of the bullet from the brain of Mr. Caneiro, was that provided to one of the detectives who was there from the prosecutor's office to assist with documentation of the autopsy?
Yes, indeed.
Now,
Can we preserve that, 17.1?
now just going to, you can go back to that. I'm going to ask you about the 5th gunshot wound. Could you just undo that, doctor? I'm sorry. Can you click the undo button? Thank you, sir. Now, the 5th gunshot wound, is that also documented in your report?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and could you just indicate how you describe that 5th gunshot wound?
You just remember the fourth entrance wound on the right, lateral the head, and there's another entrance wound is above the previous mentioned number 4 entrance wound. There's a number 5 entrance wound on the right top of the head.
Can I have slide 14, please? Do you recognize the 5th entrance gunshot wound in that photograph?
Yes, indeed. We identify one entrance wound on the top of the head, slightly in front of number 4 entrance wound.
Okay, can we preserve that?
14.2?
Now, can you talk about where, doctor, can you talk about where that, once that bullet enters where you just circled, where's the bullet go?
The bullet fractured, perforated the scalp, fractured the parietal, right side parietal bone through the top of the brain, the exit from the left side parietal bone. Fractured left parietal bone, then exit from left top of the head.
Doctor, when you, I'm sorry.
Again, this, like, remember the face, number 2, number 3, number 4, and the number 5. They go through the same pathway, from the right to left, from the back to front, and also with a slightly upward version.
Doctor, that wound that we just talked about, number 5, the entrance wound, you talked about the path. You described the exit wound as being, in your report, as being a large, elongated exit wound. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just have slide 16, please? You recognize that large, elongated exit wound in slide 16?
Yes. You can see there's a large defect on the left top of the head,
Okay.
which is the front of left side ear, on the on the left anterior lateral of the head.
Can we preserve that, please?
16.2?
Doctor, you described somewhat before lunch and now five gunshot injuries sustained by Keith Caneiro, correct?
Correct.
Now, the first one we talked about was in the lower back area. That's where
Yes.
it entered, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then it exited through the abdomen and went through his hand and exited again, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to gunshot wounds 2, 3, 4, and 5, were any of those gunshot wounds below the shoulder area?
None of them.
They were all above the shoulder area?
You are right.
Now, I think at times, specifically gunshot wound 5, you noted bilateral, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage in the brain.
Actually, number 4 also notice. The both lead to the subdural subarachnoid hemorrhage, brain lacerations, brain contusion. One push the brain, the bullet down there. The other part of brain tissues against the skull that created contusions. And also, I didn't describe after you can see through the X-ray, the top of the head become pieces. Just all the skull kind of when the bullet hit the skull, lost energy. You see the bullet break up, created temporary cavities, kind of small plastic injuries. So the head, top of the head, on X-ray you can see all become pieces.
Can I have slide 4? Is that the X-ray that you're referring to, Doctor?
Yes, you see the black gap is air. I mean, you can see the head is deformed on top of the head, and you see all the gap. It means each individual fracture bones down there.
Okay, good thing. Now, as a result of your autopsy process, both external and internal, and that which you've testified to already, did you determine whether or not, at the time of his death, Keith Caneiro was suffering from any natural diseases?
No,
Okay. Did you note something regarding clear coronary artery disease?
I identify the case has some heart conditions. We call coronary artery. This supply the blood and the nutrition to the heart.
Did that cause his death, doctor?
No, in this case.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you also, with respect to this autopsy, did you at some point take a DNA or a blood sample from Keith Caneiro during the autopsy?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and was that provided to that same detective who took the projectiles?
Correct.
Okay, now with respect to toxicology panels, did you order those as well?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and did you ultimately receive back toxicology results regarding Keith Caneiro?
Yes, indeed.
And ultimately, were those negative?
Let me double check.
Sure.
Yes, you are right.
Okay. Now, based upon your autopsy, and in light of your training and experience that you described previously, were you able to determine or opine as to a cause of death for Keith Caneiro?
Yes, indeed.
And what was that?
The cause of death is a multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay. And with respect to the manner of death, were you able to make any conclusions there from your autopsy?
Homicide.
Okay. And what does homicide actually mean?
That's one person killed another person.
Okay. Now, that cause and manner, those cause and manner opinions that you just talked about, are those based upon the performance of the autopsy, the things you saw in conjunction with your education, your training, and your experience?
And also including investigation.
Including investigation, because that's part of the process, correct?
Correct.
And that's why it was important for you to talk about what you saw photographically at the scene at 15 Willowbrook.
Correct.
Now, Doctor, I want to ask you about the second autopsy that you performed on that same date, which was November 21st, 2018, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was with respect to Sophia Cano, correct?
Yes.
And did you, as part of the culmination of that autopsy, did you draft a report?
Correct.
Okay, and did that report ultimately include toxicology, the actual report, as well as your body diagram and some other notes from the investigators?
Yes, indeed.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S382 identification. I'll ask you if you recognize that, Doctor.
Yes. This including my autopsy report, which have the name Sophia Cano, and the case number is 13-18-1301. The case 13 is the county of Monmouth County. The 18 is the year of 2018. Case number 1301 is a specific related to this case. So in all the following photos, they all have this label associated with this case.
Now, Doctor, with respect to the autopsy that you conducted or performed upon Sophia Cano, did you do it in a similar manner to which you had done for her father, Keith Cano?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Did that include x-rays that were taken prior to any real internal or external examination?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have slide 20, please? Doctor, do you recognize slide 20?
Yes, indeed.
What do we see there?
We show the body was lying on the table. We take the photo of the bodies. On those, there is show the EKG leads on the shoulder area. Also, is also a little bit high density. The pieces actually they are not bullet. They are just gravel stones. Since the initially body was found the first landing between the first floor and the second floor, they moved the body from the fire site to the gravel surface. So those stones is contamination basically on the ground, and show the injuries on the. You can see on the right side chest. If you compare the left side the chest, it's all quite black. That means the person also have what we call the pneumothorax, the air into the right chest. So the compress the right lung. Normally, the chest cavity is negative pressure, so you can expand the lung. So, and also the lung is collapsed, and kind of push the heart towards to the left side, the bodies. And yes.
Okay. Can we preserve that, please?
20.1.
Doc, you can undo that if you don't mind. Doctor, as part of any autopsy, and specifically this one, did you take note of any clothing that Sophia Cano was wearing at the time?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and there was 2 items, correct?
Yes,
What were they?
they were. One is a shirt, one is underwear.
Okay. and did
The
you-
shirt is which is covered with blood.
Now, can I just have slide 21? Do you recognize that, Doc?
Yes,
What is that?
it's basically. In this case, later on, I will introduce other evidence. So they are in the fire scenes. So you can see the clothing already partially burned. So I have cut on the surface, lateral surface, in order to preserve the evidence. So basically, this shirt on the purple one is on the back. The body is protected, clothing be burned, were burned. So on the top is a front shirt. In the front shirt and also on the back, you see a lot of empty space that later on correlated with the stab wound. When you perforate the body, create a defect on the clothing.
Now, Doc, during the course of the beginning of your report, specifically page 2 of that document, you go on to describe your initial impressions of Sophia Cano, correct?
Yes,
And that included the fact that she was 48 inches, right?
yes,
45 pounds,
correct.
and she was how old?
8 years old.
Okay. Did you describe her hair color?
Yes, it's she has a light brown hair, but the hair, top of the hair, is I described in my report is singe. That means get thermal burns. Not totally burned yet. You start after burn, you start shrinking. A singe.
Doctor, were you able to evaluate or determine her eye color?
Since with the thermal burns, you really cannot see real color since have a thermal burn effect.
Did you document that there were large stab wounds on the left side of her nose?
Yes, indeed. There's a multiple large stab wound on the left head.
Okay. And did you note something regarding the upper frenulum?
Yeah, the upper frenulum is a small ligament in the front line, in the upper lip area. So that small ligament is tear.
Did you make any observations of whether or not there was any blood in her mouth?
Also, there's a large amount of blood in the mouth.
Did she have multiple cuts and stab wounds to the chest?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And was her face covered with blood and soot?
Yes, indeed. The whole body covered by soot. So make me, in this case, very difficult doing the autopsy since the soot and the dry blood cover the wound. So we have to really carefully clean the wound in order to identify the nature of injuries.
Did you note at times in different places radiant heat burns?
Yes, the whole body, especially in the front, show the radiant thermal burns. On the back, get partially burns, but a certain area is still preserved, especially when the body against, like buttock area, against the floor. They are kind of protected by body positions. In those areas will be less burn.
Now, Doctor,
or unburned.
Now, Doctor, during the course of the report, you document evidence of injury. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And you described in the beginning, part one, you described evidence of sharp force injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you mean when you said sharp force injuries?
Generally speaking, we talk about sharp injuries is by sharp instrument, either with a pointed or sharp edge. So those injuries is due to cut, not by force. The blunt force injuries by force that break the tissue, tear tissues. The sharp force injury is cut motion into the body.
Okay. Now, Doctor, if you recall, is it accurate that you documented under sharp force injuries 17 injuries or groups of injuries?
I artificially divided like 17 groups based on locations, but now means 17 injuries. It's 17 group injuries.
Now, I know that you document a lot. We just said it was 17. But I'm going to refer you to that report that's in front of you, if I can.
Yes.
And specifically, I just wanted to just note the number. For the record, we're looking at S382, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to start with number one and ask you that first injury that you noted.
The first injury is like a deep cut on the right top of the head, which the cut length is 1.5 inches.
Okay. And the second injury or group of injury that you noted was what?
Is injury, the stab wound on the back left armpit area, which 7 1/8 inch in length and 1/2 inch in width. Normally, we mention the stab wound. If I mention the length of the wound, tend to correlate the width of the blade. And the depth wound tend to associate the length of the blade. But certainly not the injury will be fully penetrated. But they're correlated a certain degree down there. So this, and again, I mentioned to you, majority thermal burns in the anterior surface. On the back area, some area is less burn or unburned. In that injuries, I try to identify the length of the wound. In the thermal area, I just mentioned whatever the size. Doesn't mean is the shape of the wound. So let me go back to, I'm sorry, I have to tell the jury whatever the preconditions. So this wound is a 7/8 inch, a little bit less than 1 inch, and the 1/2 inch in width. And the depth wound is 1 inch. This wound is from the back to front and downward. Just remember, from back to front, downward.
Doctor, with respect to those measurements, I think you said it, but just to be clear, were you confident with respect to the measurements when you talk about 7/8 of an inch in length, half an inch in width?
So I put the nose, I'm sorry. In my report, I said nose, due to thermal injury, the measurement, the length and width of this stab wound are not accurate.
And it's not accurate because of the smoke and fire conditions?
Yes, thermal injury. When the thermal injury, you treat you the fix. They can maybe artificial in large size, or maybe they smaller than real size.
Now, you note the third injury, is that accurate?
Yes.
What's the third injury that you note?
I noticed on the back, the middle of the back, the baby, there have 2.5 inches length cut. And this cut is certainly all the cut on the back is from back to front. Also had downward. The cut is downward for the body.
And then the fourth, I note that you indicate there's 2 stab wounds, correct?
Yes, there's a 2 stab wound on right lateral buttock. The top stab wound measure 3/4 by 1/2 inches. The lower stab wound is located at a little bit non-thermal injury area. So this measurement is more accurate, like real injury patterns. I mentioned the length of that wound is 1/8 inch in length, 3/16 inch in width. When you look at that shape of the wound, there's one sharp edge, one blunt edge. So indicate the weapons, whatever stab to the buttock area, most likely is a single edge blade.
Again, is that what you just described? Is that back to front?
Yes, this wound is from the back to front and the top to bottom.
So downward.
Downward.
Now, number 5, you talk about a superficial vertical cut at the right posterior lateral thigh measuring 3 inches in length, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you talk about right posterior lateral thigh, can you tell us where that is?
It's basically, I said, all the base standard position is on the lateral side of the right thigh, on the back lateral side.
Now, that 6th wound, again, I think it's 2 wounds at least, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the 6th wound?
These 2 stab wound on the left side the nose, measuring up to 1 inch in length. The wound direction is front to back, slightly right when I'm talking to the baby, the child, from the right to left, and slightly that is on the face, slightly from the bottom to top, slightly upward, and these 2 wounds cut through the nose, cut through the nose, and through the sinus. And since I just remember on the left side nose, this wound from front step on the back, a little bit upward. So when the wound into the left side, the face through the sinus, they hit the bottom of the skull, the brain inside the skull. The bottom skull we call left frontal fossa. On the base of the skull, there are frontal fossa, middle fossa, and posterior fossa. So the knife penetrating front to back, from slightly from the right to left, and slightly upward, hit the bottom of the skull and fracture the base of skull.
Can I just very briefly have slide 22? You recognize that, Doc?
Yes, indeed.
Is that consistent with the injury you just described?
Yes.
Moving on to number 7, you document 6 cuts or stab wounds. Can you explain that?
There are 6 cut and stab wound on the middle anterior portion of the chest, in around the nipple level up and the lower area. There are total 16 totally 16 cuts and the stab wounds. Again, if we're grouping them together, they are going. The knife is going to front to back. One of the wound cuts through the right upper chest, which penetrated through the right and number 5, number 6 lateral ribs, create a cut, 1 inch cut in the middle of right lung, and superficially cut all the way deep, cut into the back of the chest cavities. So this wound measure the depth of the wound around 3 inches.
Now, that group of injuries there, Doc, under number 7 that you just discussed.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me finish the wound. So you remember the X-ray? There was a dark area on the right side lung. We mentioned the pneumothorax, since they cut through the lung, and also the wound, deep wound into the chest cavity, introduce air into the chest cavities. So this wound lead to the blood on the chest. We call the blood in the chest, and also have called the pneumothorax means air in the chest. So the right side lung, therefore, called lung collapse. I use the term atelectasis, basically collapse lung, and push the organs, the heart, towards the left. Since when you at least lost one side, you cannot breathe. When the lung collapse, you cannot change air. When push the heart towards the left side lung, also partially compress left lung, make the person difficult to breathe.
So what I was going to say is that's consistent with what you described earlier from the X-ray, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now moving on to the 8th grouping of injuries. Can you describe that?
There's a stab wound on the right lateral chest. So this wound measures 7/8 by 1 inch. Again in the thermal area. Stab wound. This stab wound from right to left, slightly top to bottom. This stab wound through the skin, right lateral chest wall, through the ribs. They cut the fracture number 9. This through number 8 to number 10 ribs space. Into there on the way there, cut through the fracture or cut the right number 9 rib, and then when they go to initially go to the lower chest cavities, then after they go to chest cavities, they into the right side diaphragm. Right side diaphragm separate the chest organ and abdomen. Through the right diaphragm, then further into the liver. The right lobe of the liver. Certainly, when you damage the liver, you have a hemorrhage in the abdominal cavity. We call the hemoperitoneum. There is a small amount of injuries, the blood in there. So this wound depth is around 3¼ inch in depth from the cut through we talk about baby, so almost through the right to the midline area. 3¼ inch in depth. Thank you.
And the 9th group of injuries, you talk about one stab wound to the anterior right thigh, correct?
Correct.
And also one stab wound on the left thigh, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the direction of those wounds was what?
From the front to back.
And did you also measure those?
Yeah, this is again the front leg was burned. So I measure 3/4 by 3/4. Another wound measure 3/4 by 1/4.
Now, number 10 is 2 vertical cuts on the medial surface of the right lower leg and 1 vertical cut on the medial surface of the right ankle. Is that
Correct.
right? And they measure 2 to 3 inches in length.
Correct.
Now, number 11, you talk about a stab wound on the left anterior upper arm, correct?
Correct.
What's the direction there?
The direction wound is front to back.
Now, just number 12 is a perforating stab wound of the right forearm.
Correct.
What does perforating mean? If you could
Perforated again, the same concept. Use bullet or knife. That means the knife enter the body, then exit from the body.
And that perforating stab wound of the right forearm, what else did you note in that regard?
So this, just remember, this entrance wound is located on the posterior lateral of right forearm, on the back lateral of the forearm, close to the elbow.
Okay.
And measures 1 inch by ½ inch. So this wound direction is back to front, and top to bottom. I mean, from shoulder is top, the hands the bottom. It's remember back to front. It's a little bit downward.
And just to that area, very briefly, Doc, can I have slide 25? Now, you talk about injury to the right forearm. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And you also
Yeah,
talk...
I'm going to label.
Okay.
So the elbow is here. So the close elbow on the back of the on the lateral of right forearm.
And Doc, just very quickly, do you see some of the chest injuries that you described earlier?
Yes, you see multiple gapping stab wound and all cut.
Can we preserve that and take it down?
25.1.
Doc, you talk about, if you could undo that, Doc. Talk about number 13 being a faint cut on the right forearm. Is that essentially in that same area you just described?
Yes.
Like between the perforating stab wounds you just described?
And also there's a stab wound and the superficial cut on the right elbow.
Okay. And is there also under number 14, is there a deep cut on the posterior right wrist?
Correct. But the measuring 1 3/4 inches in length.
Okay. And then number 15 says vertical skin split from the back of the right hand.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and that's toward the distal forearm.
Correct.
Then you also note a horizontal skin split somewhere else.
Yeah, at the right metal phalangeal joints, basically it's your knuckle area. There's a addition which consists of superficial cuts. Since when you cut down there on your wound, when of the thermal injuries, they start to split. And since the reason I consider is now the burn artifact is real injuries, since in the dermal area, I still can see the linear cut down there. So I reach conclusion. Those skin split is now due to the thermal artifact. It's due to, since the reason how split, since that area or the fat tissue are exposed to the air. So the fire will be more start in the fat area. So they need to skin split, but underneath the indicate the reason how skin split on the right wrist area is due to the injury.
And you note number 16, 3 superficial cuts on the medial surface of the left forearm?
Correct.
Okay. And then 17 is a cut on the right lateral lower face?
Correct.
And then you
So
mentioned-
the cut is measured is 1.5 inch in length.
Did you then go on to note any blunt force injuries?
Yes, indeed.
What's a blunt force injury?
But blunt force injuries is inflicted by any object. They don't have sharp cutting edge, but they can, with the force, you can create a contusion, means in the underneath skin hemorrhage. Abrasion is a skin surface damage. We call it abrasion.
And you noted those abrasions on the right upper eyelid, right?
Yes, so abrasion on the right upper eyelid and abrasions on the temple area, just below the right eye, and small contusions on the anterior chin, and small abrasions on the right lower lip, on the right lower lip. There are abrasions and contusions on the left lower chest, and the purple contusion on both anterior knee.
Doctor, was there a point in time when you documented that you were asked to document whether some of these injuries could be consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to ask you to get specific at each wound, but based upon what I'm showing you, S383, do you indicate that certain wounds were consistent based upon your training and experience and this autopsy itself with defensive wounds?
Do you remember I grouping all the sharp injuries 1 to 17? So number 9, number 10, number 12, number 13, number 14, number 15, number 16. Those group injuries, my opinion, they are consistent with the defense wounds.
And just very briefly, when we look at slide 23, we're looking at the right leg of Sophia Cano, correct?
Correct.
Is there evidence, based upon your examination, of wounds that you believe to be consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes.
Okay.
You see the vertical cuts on the anterior chin area. You see the stab wound on the right side. You see the stab wound on the left side. Those wounds for me is indicate Sophia was lying on the ground. Somebody tried to stab them. They use the leg try to dodge the knife.
Okay. Can we preserve that?
23.1.
Can I just briefly have slide 24, please? Got to undo that. Thanks, Doc. And then last, slide 24, please. Is that also consistent with what you believe to be consistent with defensive wounds upon Sophia Cano?
Yes. Now we're looking for, from upper version, look at the right foot. You can see on the right ankle area have a cut. Maybe have another cut on down here. I'm not 100% sure.
Can we preserve?
4.1.
No. As to all the injuries that you have discussed this afternoon, did you document them on a body diagram of Sophia Cano?
Yes, indeed.
have slide 26? You recognize that?
Yes,
Is that all you're writing?
yes. So there's a clearly show the label 13-18-1301 with the decedent name and all the injuries.
And the purpose of that is to show where all of those injuries are, and there's also certain measurements on that diagram, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and does that accurately depict, your sketch of, during the course of the autopsy, of the injuries that Sophia sustained?
Yes, indeed. You notice almost the entire body was our injuries.
Now, you talked about thermal injuries already, correct?
Yes,
And was there any evidence internally of smoke inhalation?
yes, indeed. There is a soot in the tongue and upper airway.
Now, in order to, as a result of those observations, do you immediately conclude anything, or do you look to get further testing?
Since when you inhale smoke, majority component of smoke is carbon monoxide. So that when you inhale the smoke, including carbon monoxide, so when the body inhales carbon monoxide, normally in the blood, in the red cells, they have hemoglobin. Normally they combine with oxygen together, then deliver oxygen from your lung side into the tissues. In the cellular level, they can exchange air, so the tissue have oxygen to supply energy for the tissues. However, when CO into the bodies, they will start to bonding with hemoglobin called carboxyhemoglobin. So there will be show certain kind of concentration carboxyhemoglobin. In this case, I believe it's 49%. I will double check. Yes, 49% carboxyhemoglobin in the system. Put this way, for 10%, normally people feel the nausea, vomiting. If about 40%, that means you can die just by smoke inhalation. She had 49%. Plus, I saw the soot in the airway, indicate that person was stabbed by several times, then leave the body alive.
Now, doctor, as a result of your autopsy, I would imagine that you concluded that Sophia Cano at age 8 wasn't suffering from any natural diseases that would have contributed to her death, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your examination and based upon your training and experience, were you able to come up with a determination as to cause of death of Sophia Cano?
Yes, indeed.
And what was the cause of death that you concluded?
Sharp force injuries and smoke inhalation.
Again, as a result of your training experience and your autopsy of Sophia Cano, were you able to come up with a determination as to the manner of death?
Homicide.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Ross?
We don't have any questions.
Okay, doctor, you can step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just remind them all Friday morning, 8 o'clock.
I will.
Okay. We have concluded the testimony for today. It was a long day, so we've concluded for today. I've decided to do that. We will start back up on Friday morning, same time, same place. It'll be 8 o'clock on Friday morning. We start at 8:30, and we'll continue on with the testimony at that point in time. Until such time, everyone, Mr. Caneiro, we'll see you back on Friday. We'll make sure that we're all ready to go. All right? Thank you, everyone. Everybody have a good day.